LoveLore Library. Chapter 116. The moment he saw Jian Shuier, Su Li's heart, which had been heavy for the past year, gradually opened a door. He naturally thought of everything that had happened in the Donglin district, and realized that he had never forgotten. That was his past. No matter whose identity the chip behind his neck was impersonating, he was still Su Lu. A smile appeared on his ordinary face, and he quietly looked at the purple-haired girl who was singing the last song. "I have to live well in the future," he said. Tai Yuan frowned slightly and looked at him. "I never realized that someone as honest as you actually had the potential to be a philosopher. You only saw your idol, but you actually managed to connect it with how to live. That's because people like you don't know how difficult it is to live." Su Lu smiled. His pair of thick eyebrows, which were raised like throwing knives, began to emit a youthful vigor. The cheers in the stadium were cut off by the wide floor-to-ceiling glass, reducing the frenzied atmosphere by quite a bit. Jian Shuier, who had already returned backstage, had no intention of returning. Under the soothing accompaniment of the closing song and the soft lighting, the citizens of Linhai City began to reluctantly leave the stadium. Su Lu looked at the venue that retreated like a tide under the window. He was calm and silent. Although he didn't really see Jian Shuier, and didn't have close contact with her, he was already very satisfied. He subconsciously took a deep breath, as if he wanted to firmly engrave the memories of today in his mind, so that he could tell Uncle and Li Wei in his dreams. A faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils. It was the thousand-star flower tree, which was as tall as a person, gently accompanying the youth. The soil in the flower tree was covered with a layer of small white stones. Right at this moment, the door to the luxurious private room opened. Ing Ziyuan placed the wine glass in his hand by the window and was about to put on his coat and leave, and a trace of doubt suddenly appeared between his brows. This was because he noticed that Butler Jean, who had pushed open the door and entered, had an ugly expression on his face. This loyal subordinate who had followed his family for many years had always been calm and collected, and he rarely displayed such emotions. What happened? The staff of the Federation Investigation Bureau's Linhai Field Office stationed at the Radio Management Committee found an abnormal current wave near the stadium. Butler Jean looked at Tai Yuan and said softly. Su Lu had already turned around, but he didn't understand what had happened. The Radio Management Committee was responsible for monitoring the television broadcast. What did the abnormal current wave have to do with people like him? Butler Jean quickly continued. It should be some kind of heat current emitted by some large equipment, but it was hidden in the signal band of the satellite, so it wasn't easy to find. At that moment, the door of the luxury box was pushed open again, and the group of black-clad agents from the Special Task Force entered in a line with vigilant expressions. The leader of the agent said in a deep voice, "The Special Task Force has received news that there are some problems in Linhai today." After saying this, the leader of the agents, who was about 40 years old, tilted his head and listened carefully to the voice in his earpiece. He then looked up and said directly, "We must evacuate immediately." A tense atmosphere suddenly filled the entire luxury box. The agents of the Special Task Force began to contact their colleagues outside the stadium and began to file a report. Their hands were already on the holsters at their waists. The two agents at the door poked their heads out and looked around vigilantly. Su Lu was shocked. He didn't expect to be involved in such an incident right after watching Jian Shuiyer's concert. Then, his eyebrows twitched slightly because he noticed a strange phenomenon in the room. His right hand, which was hanging by his side, slowly lowered and touched the edge of the flower tree. Hearing the leader of the agents, Tai Yuan didn't move. He put his jacket on his left arm and looked at Butler Jean quietly. Last night, Butler Jean had already warned him that some forces were starting to become restless. However, he thought that in the Federation Society, which was ruled by law, those families wouldn't have the guts to carry out an assassination in broad daylight. Moreover, he had always had good security around him, and not many people knew that he was going to watch the concert today. Therefore, he followed the scheduled schedule and came. It's possible that hot start noise that we heard could be from a military mecca. Butler Jean glanced at Tai Yuan worriedly. This judgment immediately increased the tension in the luxury box. Federation mecha were strictly controlled by the military. If someone wanted to harm Tai Yuan and actually used a military mecha, it could only mean that the other party's power was unfathomable. More importantly, this was an extremely rare violent method in the strange political history of the Federation, which meant that the other party was crazy. Su Luch stood silently behind Tai Yuan. After hearing this news, a heavy weight weighed down on his heart. He looked at Tai Yuan quietly, not knowing what this friend of his had done to make some people want to assassinate him at all costs. Fortunately, the Tai family's security measures were airtight, and with the cooperation of the Federation government, they were able to monitor the situation in advance. The capital had also given a clear warning. At this time, the people in the box reacted in advance and should be able to leave in time. The two agents at the door of the box held guns in both hands and walked out of the heavy door calmly with their bodies slightly lowered. They began to confirm the safety of the corridor. In the box, a few special task force agents in black suits had already taken out their standard handguns from their holsters and started to push the safety pins with the thumbs of their right hands. At this moment, more than a dozen extremely shrill sounds of something breaking through the air rang out. More than a dozen hard white stones all smashed into the face of one of the agents. With a loud bang, the agent's face was covered in blood. Blood splattered everywhere. With a muffled grunt, the agent opened fire with the handgun in his hand. He opened fire at Tai Yuan, bang, 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 bang. A series of rapid and crisp gunshots rang out in the luxurious box. The gunshots of the agents, which had been processed, were crisp but not loud. It was more like the sound of soybeans being fried. After the crackling sound stopped, the box returned to silence. Only the low sound of gunshots still produced a faint echo in the room. The faint smell of gunfire filled the air. The agent's body lay on the floor in a pool of blood. He had been shot at least 4 times. His face was badly mangled by the stones, and one of his eyeballs had burst open. The 40-year-old Special Task Force leader lowered the muzzle of his gun and looked around the room. He confirmed that the last shot that the agent had fired had only grazed Tai Yuan's body and shot into the wall. Only one of his team members had been hit in the thigh by a stray bullet. It was not fatal. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. The Special Task Force agents reacted quickly when they were suddenly attacked by a mole. They killed that person in the shortest amount of time. However, the Special Task Force leader stared blankly at the body in the pool of blood. He could not believe his eyes. He asked softly, "Balmer, this? Why?" The Special Task Force agents were all vetted countless times to confirm their absolute loyalty to the Federation and the law. Only then were they qualified to be personal bodyguards. Why this agent named Balmer shot at Tai Yuan and when he was bribed to become an assassin had become a mystery. Even if he was still alive, there was no way he could answer these questions. Under the glory of the First Charter, he had assassinated the heir of the Tai family. His fate had long been sealed. Therefore, the Special Task Force leader could not understand how his team member had become a criminal. "We need to evacuate immediately." The Special Task Force leader reported the incident in the private room to his team members through the intercom. At the same time, he changed the evacuation plan. He looked at Tai Yuan and said in a heavy tone, "There is a mole, and the evacuation route is no longer a secret." The Special Task Force leader reported the news of Balmer's betrayal to the Special Task Force officers as quickly as possible. Then, he raised his head and looked deeply at the young man by the window. He should have been grateful to the young man for not letting Tai Yuan die and not letting his team of agents become criminals of the Federation. However, his feelings were very complicated and strange. This was because the young man had discovered Bulmer's problem earlier than him and the other professionals. Furthermore, he had only used a handful of stones to interfere with Bulmer's shooting. Beside the floor-to-ceiling window, Su Li's chest kept rising and falling. He was still in a state of nervousness and fear. There were a few white stones scattered around his feet. He thought that if his reaction had been slightly slower, Tai Yuan would have been a dead man by now. From the moment the special agent named Bulmer entered the private room, Su Li had noticed his abnormality. This was because this was the special agent who had checked on him outside the private room at the beginning. This special agent actually did not find the stun baton he had hidden in his boots. It was either the special agent's professionalism was extremely poor, or he had something very important on his mind at the time and missed this part of it. Special Task Force agents were responsible for protecting the president and some important political figures. How could they have such poor professionalism? However, what really made Su Li wary was this agent's reaction after he had entered the private room. When Butler Jean had mentioned that a military mecha might have already been activated in the vicinity of the gymnasium, this agent had remained as calm as the other agents. However, he appeared to be too calm, so calm that not a trace of doubt or shock could be seen in his eyes. Uncle Feng Yu had once exclaimed that Su Li had the gift of being able to read people's minds. Throughout his years as a mechanic, he had developed a pair of keen and observational eyes. In the shortest amount of time, he could notice even the slightest changes around him. Therefore, when he saw the special agents take out their pistols and start to push the safety pins, his eyes began to narrow nervously. When he noticed the special agent named Bulmer push the safety pin with his thumb, the muzzle of the gun started to move in an extremely inconspicuous manner. When he secretly aimed it at Tai Yuan, he moved. Even if it was a misunderstanding, he had to move. His right hand, which was hanging by the side of the flower pot, grabbed a handful of small white stones. The burning sensation in his body and behind his waist surged and turned into a powerful trembling force. It traveled from his skin to his palm, and he threw it out with all his might. The white stones were mixed with the mysterious power in his body. At that moment, they became as sharp as bullets. Thus, there was an additional corpse on the floor of the private room. Its eyes were split open, and its face was mangled. Chapter 117. Did you see that? My life isn't easy, either. Tai Yuan didn't look at the corpse on the ground. A person who couldn't speak wasn't worth paying attention to. He smiled as he spoke to Su Li. This sentence was obviously directed at Su Li, who said that people like him didn't know how hard it was to live. Su Li tilted his head and didn't say anything. In fact, he hadn't completely recovered from the shock of what happened earlier. Although he was the first to notice the abnormality of the agent, the gunfight in front of him made the originally spacious, luxurious private room seem extremely small. The gunshots ended too quickly, so quickly that he didn't even have time to be afraid of stray bullets. Tai Yuan didn't say anything like thank you for saving his life again. He couldn't use his own life to repay the favor of saving his life, so it was fine as long as they both kept it in mind. We should go. The middle-aged leader of the agents saw that the young master of the Tai family was still chatting with Su Li as if nothing had happened. He couldn't help but frown and urge them again. At this time, Butler Jean, who had been on the phone all this time, walked over and said calmly, I've already spoken to the director of the Special Task Force. You guys stay in this room for the time being and don't go out. The leader of the agent was slightly stunned, but he immediately understood the meaning of the old butler's words. There was a traitor in his team, and the Tai family no longer trusted them. At least under the current circumstances, they had no choice but to choose not to trust them. He was silent for a moment and decided that this was the only thing he could do at the moment, so he nodded. Butler Jean looked at Tai's Yuan's side profile and said, "The personnel of the security team have entered this area of the stadium and are currently exchanging fire. They should be able to clear this area in 3 minutes." Since that phone call, Tai's Yuan security had been transferred from the special task force to the Tai family's own security team. Since the enemy could even infiltrate the special task force and possibly use mechas, then the road leading out of the stadium would definitely be filled with assassins responsible for sniping. At this moment, the members of the Tai family security team had already started exchanging fire with these people. Since Butler Jean had given them 3 minutes, he must have been very confident in his subordinates. Tai's Yuan listened quietly and then suddenly said, "Can you find the location of the military mecha in 3 minutes?" "No." Butler Jean watched from the corner of his eye as the special task force agents began to make their way to the room beside the private room. He replied softly, "It's precisely because we can't that we need to leave as soon as possible." After a moment of silence, Tai's Yuan shook his head. Looking through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the stadium below, he said softly, "There are over 30,000 spectators. Even if they were to evacuate urgently, it would still take more than 10 minutes. I'll be out in 3 minutes. If that military mecha had chosen to attack at that time, how many people would have died? I don't want innocent citizens to be my meat shield." When Su Lu heard this, a sincere and appreciative smile appeared on his face. Tai's Yuan looked at him and smiled. He calmly sat back down on the sofa and said to Butler Jean calmly, "The enemy must have taken your reaction time into consideration. If we were to leave now, they might be waiting for this moment. If that's the case, why don't we wait? After all, they should be more anxious than us." Butler Jean was silent for a long time. Then, he turned around and left. The phone in his hand was connected again. He continuously issued orders in a low voice, asking for support from the family. At this moment, his phone call represented the will of the Tai family. Every order would be carried out effectively. Every message delivered would cause an unquenchable shock within the Federation. "You surprised me." Su Lu sat on the other side of the sofa. He held a glass of wine and took big gulps to suppress the anxiety and nervousness in his heart. Other than when his uncle was being hunted down by the Federal Army, he had never experienced such a big scene in his life. "You don't have to praise me. I know that I'm in a privileged class with a strong sense of morality." Tai's Yuan took a sip of wine and said with a self-deprecating smile, "Actually, you surprised me more. Not to mention your reaction earlier, at least you still have the guts to stay here and drink with me. That's really something. I don't know if I'll be turned into a hornet's nest once I leave the room. Since that's the case, I might as well stay here with you. I think it's safer here." Su Lu smiled bitterly and said honestly, "Actually, I'm very nervous." At this time, the members of the Tai family security team had completely taken over the work of the agents. The top floor of the stadium had been confirmed to be safe. However, there were still occasional sounds of gunfire coming from outside the VIP room. The people who were slowly leaving the stadium definitely didn't notice these sounds. However, the 2 young men in the VIP room knew very well that these sounds were the sounds of special guns firing non-stop. 2 minutes had already passed. The Tai family security team was gradually clearing out the path of retreat. However, no one felt relaxed. According to the reports of those team members, the people on the other side seemed to be a group of well-trained professional soldiers. Then they thought about the military mecha that had been running hot for more than 10 minutes and still hadn't found its exact location. Everyone was very nervous. Su Lu was also the same. Although he had experienced some things before, such as personally witnessing a hair-raising mecha battle in the valley in the suburbs of Heshi state capital, and even having a black gun barrel pointed at his temple several times, he was still very nervous right now. After all, he was just an ordinary young man who had lived a normal life since he was young. This kind of invisible danger was like some kind of chemical fog, making the air in the VIP room seem heavy, making it difficult for him to breathe. "I'm very sorry to have dragged you into this." Tai Yuan looked at Su Lo quietly, but there was a hint of meaning in his smile. He said with a smile, "Right now, your face seems to be even paler than mine." "That's because I'm hungry." Su Lo wasn't lying. Earlier, when he used that mysterious power in his body, his stomach instantly felt hungry. He ate a few snacks and drank a few glasses of wine, but his face still didn't have much of a red flush. However, he didn't know that the sight of him casually eating and drinking on the sofa was in the eyes of Tai Yuan and butler Jean, a sign that he had a clear mind and was not afraid of external things. "It seems that important people like you live a very dangerous life." Sulu shook his head and said, "But, are you really not afraid at all?" Tai Yuan was silent for a long time. He smiled and raised his left hand that had been resting on the sofa's armrest. That hand, which was as thin as a woman's, trembled slightly in the air. "Of course I'm afraid. Because I'm still young, I'm destined to do many great things in this life. I can't bear to die, so I'm afraid of death. But I can't let others know that I'm afraid." He paused for a moment, then said with a smile, "To be honest, I don't have many such incidents in my life. For me, being assassinated is a very strange experience." "Not even once in the past?" Su Lo asked curiously, as if he wanted to use the conversation to ease the tension in his heart. "When I was young, I hid my identity and studied in a primary school in the capital. At the time, I was in the same class as Zhou Yu." Tai Yuan's eyes suddenly became blank. He recalled, then, one day in the 6th grade of primary school, I was preparing to get on the bus when a heavy truck suddenly rushed over from the other end of the street. The truck rushed all the way over. I thought that I was going to die, but unexpectedly, the last tire of the truck suddenly burst. The truck forcibly changed direction about 10 meters in front of me and crashed into a large tree. It wasn't a traffic accident. Later, the police determined that the nature of the accident was a hit and run. The truck crashed into 4 cars on the street, including our school bus. Just looking at the scene, it did look like a car accident. Tai Yuan's eyes suddenly became cold. A total of 17 people died. Only 2 students from our class died. When the truck finally changed direction, it was shot by the security personnel of my family who were hiding across the school with an anti-material gun. Tai Yuan's brows flashed with a trace of gloom. From that day onwards, I transferred schools. Other than the occasional contact with Zhou Yu, I never returned to that school. I also never went to school with the normal people in the Federation again. My life has only been in danger once. Tai Yuan's expression calmed down, and he said, "Our family has only one son for 7 generations, so we have always been very careful about these things. Today is the 2nd time. The first time, my luck was not bad, so I hope that today's luck is not bad." Su Lo looked at Tai Yuan's slightly pale and thin face, and his heart suddenly sympathized with the other person. He felt that the other person's life yesterday was not much better than his own life as an orphan and fugitive. Thinking about that night in the H1 area, when the person in front of him who was younger than him fainted and helpless in his arms, his heart surged with the urge to protect the other person. "Don't worry, you'll be fine today," Su Lo said very seriously. "The passage is clear, there is no crowd, we can pass through." In the communication device, someone used a fast and steady voice to report. Wearing bulletproof vests and helmets, Tai Yuan and Su Lo walked out of the VIP room under the protection of more than 10 fully armed security personnel and walked out of the gymnasium. There were 2 corpses lying in the elevator reserved for VIPs. The doors of the elevator opened and closed repeatedly, repeating the same process for eternity. There was a series of hurried footsteps on the empty stairs. Sulu, who was following behind Tai Yuan, saw the bullet marks on the wall and the blood around the corner through the glass mask. He listened to his own hurried breathing and quickly followed the group down the stairs. He wondered in his heart how many of the Tai family's security personnel had died here today. The gymnasium had already been cleared by the security personnel to ensure that it was safe. The service personnel who were lucky enough to survive the gunfight were gathered in a room. When the group of people walked past the room, Sulu could not help but take a look inside. He saw the frightened expressions on the faces of the girls, and he felt slightly perplexed. The stairs led directly to the underground parking lot. The group of people opened the door and saw a black car without any logo. The back door of the black car was already open, and Butler Jean was sitting in the driver's seat. Chapter 118. Seeing this black car without any logo, security personnel wearing dark combat suits rushed out in the shortest time possible and spread out around the car. Although these bodyguards, who were obviously from the military, still maintained vigilance on their faces, the anxiety in their eyes lessened a lot. Sulu noticed that Tai Yuan in front of him, the muscles on his back that had been tight all this time also relaxed at this moment. The danger was not over. The people present were either well-trained professionals or people like Tai Yuan, who had a calmness that was not in line with his age. The only reason for their sudden relaxation was that black car. Sulu judged that his companion seemed to have infinite confidence in this black car. However, even if this black car was specially made and could be bulletproof, could it withstand the attack of a military mecha? A trace of confusion flashed through Su Li's mind. At the same time, his eyes passed over the black car's ceiling that reflected the parking lot lights and fell on the concrete wall directly facing the door. In the luxury box, he was able to discover the mole earlier than the Special Task Force agents because he was an outsider. Secondly, he had extremely keen eyesight and hearing. Thirdly, it was because of his experience in the past year. Since escaping from Donglin, he had been carefully observing and guarding everything around him. He was always worried that one day the police or special forces of the Federation would come to deal with him. Therefore, when he did not feel absolutely safe, he would look at everyone with a suspicious gaze. And all the unusual places. Gradually, this seemed to have become an instinct of his. His eyes fell on the concrete wall and found that it was a little wet. At the same time, he faintly heard a sizzling sound, and his heart trembled. This observation and thinking did not take long. At this moment, Tai Yuan was under the protection of a bodyguard, using the fastest speed to get into the back of the black car. Su Li's pupils suddenly shrank, and he used his strength at will. The burning heat broke out again behind his waist, causing him to stomp his feet on the concrete floor. Like a fierce tiger, he pushed Tai Yuan to the ground and shouted, "Be careful." His reaction was still a moment too slow. A black metal tip suddenly grew out of the slightly wet cement wall opposite the door. It hummed and rotated, and in a very short time, it pierced through the entire cement wall. It was very easy, like a knife piercing through a thin piece of paper. The cement wall couldn't withstand the force of the metal drill and instantly fell apart, scattering into countless pieces of cement and flying in all directions of the underground parking lot. A black mech about 5 meters tall slowly walked out from behind the broken cement wall. This scene was extremely shocking. It looked like a god of death had come out from the netherworld. The mech with a metallic luster was faintly discernible in the dust, as if it was going to reap the lives of everyone in the field. The black mecha's left mechanical arm was still spinning at high speed, while the right mechanical arm's Darlin standard rotary gun began to spray bullets at the black cars and the surrounding Tai family security personnel. Darlin's rotary gun spewed out 6 brilliant blue flames, and countless metal bullets began to dance in the air. Sulu only had enough time to push Tai Yuan to the ground. He only had enough time to shout that one word before the black mech's firepower reverberated throughout the entire underground space. The bodyguard who had been following Tai Xuan all this time was instantly pierced through by those high-speed bullets. He was reduced to a pile of flesh and blood that enveloped the side of the black car. The black mecha's gunshots were very strange and dull, as if countless balloons were exploding. Puff, 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 puff. It wasn't that terrifying, but the bullets dancing in the air in the underground parking lot were abnormally terrifying. The military mecha's frightening speed of firing made the bullets cover the entire area like raindrops. Loud whistling sounds, the sound of bullets piercing through the air, the sound was terrifying. The black mecha's right mechanical arm spat out endless gunfire, cutting through the air and making ear-piercing screeching sounds. The bullets carried enormous kinetic energy and lethality, and in an instant, the cement walls of the parking lot were smashed into pieces. Countless sharp cement shards fell off and flew in an irregular pattern, shooting in all directions. The Federation's technology combined with the military's killing machine, at this moment, fully displayed its infinite power. No matter how well-trained a soldier was, in front of this black mecha that walked out from the dust, they would only feel their own insignificance and endless despair. As for the elite security personnel of the Tai family, they didn't even have the time to feel despair. Within the first second after the black mecha broke through the cement walls, they were all shot into countless pieces by the black mecha's gunfire. The Tai family security personnel had already carried out full control of the underground parking lot. They also knew that in the surrounding areas of the gymnasium, there might be a mecha that had already completed its warm-up activation. However, no one would have thought that this standard military mecha had actually been hiding under the gymnasium all this time, just waiting behind that slightly wet cement wall. That cement wall was obviously newly built. It was even possible that after the other party found out about Tai Xuan's whereabouts, they built it overnight last night. If the Tai family had more time to react, more time to prepare, they might not have made such a mistake. If the Federation's Rapid Response Department had more time, perhaps they would have already found out where the mecha was hiding. However, there were no ifs in this world. A mecha that had wandered out of the control of the military was in itself an inconceivable matter. Who would be able to fully understand the layers and layers of inside information behind this? And the faction that planned today's operation against Tai Xuan was actually able to come up with such a meticulous plan in such a short amount of time. They even had the ability to secretly transport a 5-meter-tall mecha to Linhai and into the underground parking lot of the gymnasium right before Jian Shueier's concert. All these signs indicated that the person who planned and executed this assassination plan was not only as crazy as Tai Xuan had described, but also had a kind of genius or idiotic imagination. The appearance of this standard black military mecha had undoubtedly hit the weak spot of all the countermeasures of the Tai family. The most crucial part was the timing and location of its appearance. In just 1 second, that black mecha had eliminated all the enemies. Its strength was really enough to make people despair. Only those who were still alive could feel despair, such as Su Lo, who was lying in a pool of blood from the security personnel. However, Tai Xuan did not seem to be in despair. Cold sweat had begun to form on his pale face, but his eyes were still fixed on the door of the black car not far in front of him. It was as if he was certain that as long as he could enter that black car, even if the opponent was a military mecha, he would still be able to survive. In the first second of the mech's attacks, this black car had indeed displayed an inconceivable ability to withstand attacks. It was unknown what special material the body and tires of this car were made of, but under the frenzied barrage of the black mech Daron's revolver, countless deep metallic glints appeared on the body of the car. Some of the edges of the car had already been pierced through, ripping open powerlessly. However, the body of the black car did not suffer any irreversible damage. Although those extremely tragic-looking large bullet holes glowed with a pitiful metallic glow, not a single bullet hole was able to pierce through the interior of the car. In what should have been a quiet underground car park, the sound of electric current crackling and the strange sound of alloy tracks grinding against the concrete floor rang out. The atmosphere was particularly gloomy and somber. Amidst the noise, amidst the dust, amidst the bloody fog in the air, that black mecha approached the black car. On its right mechanical arm, Darren's rotating gun barrel was still wildly firing bullets, not stopping for even a moment. The black car was continuously hit by the bullets, miserably bouncing off the ground and then falling heavily once again. The tires slid on the concrete floor. The black mecha's gunfire was like an invisible hand, pushing it in the direction of the main entrance. In front of the enormous firepower, the black car without any insignia was like a small boat in a storm. At any time, it could be overturned by those dazzling waves of gunfire, and then be torn into countless pieces, sinking to the bottom of the sea, never to rise again. And in the only angle that the black car could cover, Su Lo and Tai Ziyuan, who were in the pool of blood, could not even lift their heads under the flying metal shards and concrete. They were even more unable to retreat into the interior of the stadium, and could only wait for the metal shells to tear them into pieces. M52, it's an M52, Su Lo lay in the pool of blood, mumbling incessantly. Looking through the bottom of the black car, he saw that the mecha tracks had already entered advance mode. He anxiously and angrily discovered the model of this powerful mecha. Boundless fear made Su Li's face abnormally pale, but it also made his mind abnormally clear at this moment. The secretion of adrenaline allowed this young man to finally show that his nerves were stronger than anyone else's in this desperate situation. In this moment, he was a rock of Donglin. Under the attacks of the black mecha, a rock would also shatter like tofu, but until the moment it truly shattered, the rock would always be able to maintain a terrifying calmness, just like Su Lo at this moment. He narrowed his eyes, his entire body cold as he recalled all the blueprints of the M-type mecha in his mind. He recalled the firing speed of Garland's rotating gun barrel, recalled the loading capacity of the M52's chain magazine, and calculated the time. For seconds after the appearance of the black mecha, Su Lo and Tai Ziyuan were the only two living people left in the underground car park. Su Lo and Tai Ziyuan. Under the impact of this level of power, Su Lo knew very well whether or not Butler Jean in the black car had been jolted to death. He only knew that he only had time to calculate for 2 seconds. It was at this moment that his ears, which were already buzzing from the vibrations, caught a sound. That extremely soft sound was like the friction between a piece of paper and another piece of paper. The scientists of the Federation had never been able to solve the problem caused by the inherent structure of the M-series mecha, the 0.2-second pause when the chain magazine reloaded. Although Su Lo was a genius in mechanical engineering, he did not have the ability to solve this problem. However, he knew this problem, knew that he only had 0.2 seconds, and he had been preparing for this 0.2 second. Chapter 119. A pause of 0.2 seconds. If a human was not able to focus, they would not be able to notice it at all. Even if they did notice this pause, they would not be able to react, unless this person's reflexes and the ability of the body to achieve this speed were different from the rest. Coincidentally, Su Lo was such a person who was different from the rest. In that instant, the muscle fibers in his body twisted and stretched, exploding with terrifying strength. This strength was converted into speed, and like a gray shadow, he shot up slightly from the ground, grabbed Tai Ziyuan by the back of his neck, and threw him into the car. The unique muffled sound of Darren's gun barrel rang out once more, and the dense stream of bullets slammed heavily into the already tattered body of the black car, sending it flying off the ground once more. Su Li's good luck came to an end at this moment. Tai Ziyuan had already been thrown into the back seat of the car, but because the car had suddenly shot up, his body slammed heavily into the bottom of the heavy back door of the car, unable to enter. With a muffled thud, Su Li painfully collided with metal and fell to the ground. At the same time his body hit the ground, the four wheels of the black car that had been sent flying by the mecha's firepower also landed heavily on the ground at almost the same time. In the instant before the black car landed on the ground, its tires had already begun to spin rapidly while still in the air. Butler Jean, who had been sitting in the front row without knowing whether he was alive or dead, reacted at some point. In that split second, he made preparations to escape. Screech, screech. The tires rubbed against the ground, producing a sharp sound. Smoke rose, and there were even sparks. With a screech, the moment the black car landed, it gripped the ground in a decisive manner and shot forward. In just an instant, it had become a plume of dust that rushed towards the underground parking lot. Its speed was truly astounding. Several streaks of blood had just appeared on Su Li's face, but before they could flow down, he stared dumbfoundedly as the black car carrying Tai Yuan sped away, leaving him in the parking lot filled with flesh and blood and the smell of gunfire. And at this time, without the black car as a cover, he stood next to the enormous and powerful black military M52 mecha, looking very lonely and small. After Su looked through Tai Yuan into the car, he realized that when he was still outside the car, he didn't yell at Butler Jean, "Start the car," like those righteous protagonists in movies. "Don't mind me." Because he didn't have time to shout, and he didn't want to be left behind. Although he knew full well that the black car had to seize the opportunity to escape, he was certain that this was not Tai Yuan's intention. Instead, it was the most logical choice that Butler Jean had made. If he had been able to react in time, perhaps he would have subconsciously asked Tai Yuan to escape first and not bother about him. However, he still felt extremely frustrated. Everyone had either died or escaped, leaving him alone to face that black M52 mech. Su Li half-crouched on the blood-soaked concrete floor. His pupils constricted nervously as he stared at the black mech that was turning around not too far away from him. That black metallic military mecha didn't pay any attention to the unarmed young man beside it. Its target was the black car that was currently speeding away from the underground parking lot, because it knew very well that the heir of the Tai family was in that car. And in its opinion, no matter how well-trained a human was, he would not be able to pose any threat to its powerful mecha, not to mention that the human did not have any heavy weapons in his hands. And so, the black M52 mecha turned around silently. Amidst a series of static noises, the lower half of the mecha began to enter full movement mode. Meanwhile, on the right mechanical arm of the mecha, a metal barrel-like component had already protruded, aiming at the black car that was already 50 meters away and was about to reach the underground parking lot. Su Li's entire body was in intense pain. He stared in disbelief at the movements of the black mecha in front of him. In an instant, he recognized the component protruding from the mecha's right mechanical arm. It was the main cannon. Tai Yuan awkwardly squeezed into the car, but was immediately jolted up by the violent vibrations. Then, he saw that Butler Jean, who had been in the driver's seat, had raised his head at some point. He was looking ahead silently, and the battle scene around the car window was instantly cast behind him. His face was pale, and he immediately noticed that Su Li was not in the car. He abruptly turned his head, and through the cracked rear window that was still intact, he looked back. Then, his expression became abnormally complex, because he saw a scene that he could not accept. Far away in the underground parking lot, that huge black mecha was turning around amidst the sound of static. Meanwhile, his friend Su Li was half-kneeling in a pool of blood beside the mecha's mechanical leg. He looked like an ant that could be trampled to death at any moment. Meanwhile, behind the completely collapsed concrete wall, several fully armed killers were forcing their way through the area the mecha had opened up. A pained expression appeared on Shi Yuan's handsome face, and his usually calm eyes were filled with boundless anger and grief. He knew that no matter whether it was a random move from that military mecha or those mecha squad soldiers hiding behind the concrete wall, they could easily kill Su Li. His thin lips were tightly pressed together. His hands gripped the back seat of the car so hard that his fingertips dug deep into it, but he did not say a word. Sulu had saved his life once again, but he could only watch as his benefactor died. This was because he knew that even if he stopped the car and drove back now, he would not be able to save the other's life. Moreover, at this critical juncture, Butler Jean would definitely not listen to his orders. Tai Yuan's emotions were very complicated. Mecha's main cannon firing. Defense probability, 40%. The car's central control computer began to beep urgently and began to issue a stern warning. The seatbelts automatically popped out and strapped the bodies of the people in the car tightly to their seats. Like Sulu, Tai Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Through the spiderweb-like glass, he looked at the black mecha's raised right mechanical arm in the distance. He looked at the incomparably tiny Sulu beside the black mecha, as though he had not heard the warning at all. Sulu half knelt in the pool of blood. He looked at the huge mecha not far in front of him and slowly but terrifyingly used its right mechanical arm to aim at the fleeing black car in the distance. Since he was young, he had been constantly learning about mecha mechanics. After a year of absorbing information at UA University, he could easily determine that this M52's main cannon, which had the highest output power, would hit the fleeing black car in 0.3 seconds. The black car had already demonstrated its powerful defensive capabilities in the previous attack. However, Sulu did not think that the black car would be able to survive the attack of this mecha's main cannon. Even if it was the Empire's armored mecha, under the close-range attack of an M52's main cannon, it would only end up with a hole in the middle. The black M52 mecha let out a sizzling sound. The powerful firepower prepared for the attack caused this huge and heavy mecha's body to begin to tremble slightly. Kneeling beside the mecha, Su Li's face was pale, and his body began to tremble violently. His eyes stared coldly at the M52 mecha in front of him, at the alloy hydraulic pipe that was exposed to him in attack mode. Although that black car had left him almost heartlessly, other than anger, Sulu did not have time to develop too many negative emotions. Just as he had always emphasized to Shi Qinghai, he was a person who only knew how to use his hands and not his mouth. He was a very direct person. The reason Sulu had fallen into such a hopeless situation was because he wanted to save Tai Yuan. At this time, the black mecha was about to kill Tai Yuan. If he were to say that he had died because of Tai Yuan, and Tai Yuan had still died in the end, this would be an extremely unreconciled and infuriating matter. It was a bit of a mouthful, but in Su Li's mind, it was only a fleeting thought. Unreconciled, not worth it. A wave of stubborn viciousness quickly took over his entire body. The corpses lying in the pool of blood around him, as well as the innocent victims he had seen in the gymnasium earlier, stimulated his long-hidden bloodthirst. How could he stop the black mecha's main cannon from firing? Sulu had no choice. Although he was not an ordinary person, he was not a god either. He could only stare fixedly at the hydraulic pipe behind the mecha's right mechanical leg. Then, a familiar image appeared before his eyes. It was a verdant valley, and behind a big tree was a black M52 mech. That uncle with a familiar face smashed into the tree like a cannonball, breaking the hydraulic pipe with a single punch. Oil shot out like a waterfall, and the M52, which had lost its balance, immediately toppled over. Sulu had only seen the blueprints of the mecha before the M37 series, so he did not know which aspects of the current military's most advanced M52 mecha had flaws. However, Uncle Feng Yu's ferocious figure in battle with the mecha had already given him the most profound lesson. The military mecha that was locked onto the black car's trajectory coldly ignored the ant like Sulu. How could it have known that the ant had already reached out with its little pincers, trying to take a bite out of the elephant's leg? The posture of this black M52 mech before Su Li's eyes was too cool. It just so happened that the hydraulic pipe was exposed right in front of Su Li's eyes. The position and angle of the hydraulic pipe closest to Su Li were all perfect. It was like a slut sticking up her butt and telling others to come and kick her, come and kick her. Su Li, who had already been blinded by viciousness and bloodthirst, was moved at this moment. His heart was itching, and there was not a part of his body that was not itching. So, his whole body trembled, his face pale, his eyes extremely bright. Like a madman, he charged out, aiming at the hydraulic pipe on the black mecha's right mechanical leg, and viciously kicked it. Chapter 120. He was an orphan who lost both his parents and his younger sister. He was a sincere and kind young man who liked to help his neighbors and help old ladies cross the road. He was a genius in mechanical engineering. He was an auditing student who had set many records in Yue University. He was a small character who was sincere to others and honest to himself. He was a capable, virtuous, and responsible youth. However, he was also a youth who grew up in the darkness of the mines and underground tunnels. He was a fugitive from the Federation who possessed a mysterious power within his body. Sometimes, even he himself forgot that many years ago, he was already a silent youth who dared to kill. On that deep and weeping night, the 10-year-old Su Li used the tip of an abandoned mechanical suit's elbow hydraulic pipe he found in the junkyard to kill a Heshi Prefecture mafia boss. In the underground parking lot filled with the stench of blood and an oppressive atmosphere, the not yet 20-year-old Su Li leapt up from the ground like a leopard. Like a streak of black smoke, he rushed to the bottom of the military mecha. Without thinking, his entire body trembled as he viciously kicked the conspicuous hydraulic pipe that deserved to be kicked. In his life, perhaps he really did have a lot of affinity with this type of hydraulic pipe. Every time, he would be able to witness his most fearful, most ruthless moments. No matter how the Federation scientists used their imaginations, for such a large mechanical body like a mecha, the most critical linkage of the control system and structural system was still the same as it had been countless years ago, all of them the most primitive type of hydraulic system. There had been scientists who had proposed other designs before, but the cold and merciless battlefield experience had long since proven that only the most primitive type was the most reliable and sturdy. The mechanical legs of the M52 mecha had at least 7 hydraulic pipes of different thicknesses and different uses. Most of them were hidden under the armor, some deep within the alloy structure, while the exposed hydraulic pipe was all formed from alloy in one go. It was thicker than a human's thigh, strong enough to withstand concentrated fire, so the designers had never thought of installing any anti-strike device on this hydraulic pipe. This was because a monster like the mechanic Feng Yu should not exist in this world. Su Li's body trembled violently. The enormous power in his body instantly passed through the countless pathways in his body, and all of it was delivered to his thighs, his joints, and his feet. The foot that carried with it a fierce whistling sound ruthlessly kicked the cold and sturdy alloy hydraulic pipe, making a loud muffled sound. The moment the pair of leather boots came into contact with the hydraulic pipe, they began to deform and tear apart. In a very short period of time, they bloomed into countless pieces, fluttering and struggling around Su Li's feet like butterflies, but they did not have time to fly away. The power that came from behind his waist passed from the soles of his feet to the hydraulic pipe. The metallic luster of the hydraulic pipe dimmed a little, and then it trembled slightly, and then it returned to normal. The cold metal didn't have the slightest ripple. The hydraulic pipe did not break, and it did not collapse like the mecha that had been hit by Feng Yu in the outskirts of Heshi province a year ago, bathed in oil like a waterfall and collapsed. That black mecha did not move at all. It coldly aimed at the black car that was about to escape from the underground parking lot and fired its main cannon. In that instant, Su Li felt as if his foot had kicked a metal plate. No, he had kicked an iron pillar that had taken root in the ground. A wave of pain that was enough to make a person faint traveled from the soles of his feet to his ankles, then to his knees, and finally to the base of his thighs. He could even feel countless cracks beginning to extend from his toes. Countless muscle fibers began to tear, and even his leg bones began to crack. An unarmed and defenseless human using his own flesh and blood to launch an attack against a massive metal mecha, this was a crazy move. Furthermore, the incomparably large recoil from that mecha's metal body further proved that this kind of challenge was too tragic to be effective. Su Lu was sent flying by the recoil. The power he had been using to control his body had long been reduced to nothingness by the mecha's recoil. His body flew through the air like a kite with a broken string. Before the immense pain could fully occupy his mind, his leg bones were already completely shattered, hanging limply in the air. He felt as if all his bones had been shattered, and a sweet feeling began to accumulate in his chest and abdomen. Su Lu, who had been sent flying, danced in the air, his eyes watching the black mecha in front of him from the corner of his eye. He knew that he was not Uncle Fengyu, and did not have the ability to subdue a mecha single-handedly. He himself also did not have such extravagant hopes, so he was not disappointed, much less despairing. Instead, an incomparable flame of elation burned in his eyes, because he knew, this kick had definitely been effective. It was just that where the effect was, no one knew. The hydraulic tube by the black mecha's mechanical leg only trembled slightly under his foot, then returned to normal. However, in a place that neither the naked eye nor the mecha's monitoring system could detect, within the absolutely sealed fluid flowing within the tube, between the inductive component circuits that the mecha's control system relied on, a tremor began to spread. It was just like the pain and bone fractures that were spreading through Su Li's body at this moment. That tremor was very similar to Su Li's earlier tremors. Su Li ended his journey of being sent flying. His head tilted back, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood as he landed heavily on the ground. At the same time he landed, the black mecha had also finished firing its main cannon. There was a saying in the Federation, if you deviated 1 centimeter from the correct direction at the beginning of your journey, by the time you finished your journey, you would find yourself 1,000 kilometers away from your destination. Su Li's foot kicked the hydraulic tube, transmitting all the tremors in his body to it, causing the sealed fluid within the hydraulic tube to distort slightly. This was an error that the mecha's program would never allow, but this error happened in that instant. A vibration of about 0.01 mm was transmitted into the body of the massive mecha along with the ripples of the fluid. It gradually spread, passing through those electrical components and circuits, passing through those electrical and data channels, spreading, and was gradually magnified. In that instant, the right half of the black M52 mecha's body began to tremble slightly to an extent that was not visible to the naked eye. By the time the vibration of 0.01 mm reached the right mechanical arm of the black mecha, it had already become an error of 1 mm. A loud boom rang out. The main cannon of the military mecha had already exceeded the concept of normal speed. A vortex suddenly appeared in the air within the underground car park, and right in the middle of the vortex was an incomparably empty space, an empty space. Right in the path of the main cannon's aim, 3 holes the size of basketballs appeared almost simultaneously on the 3 thick concrete walls of the underground car park. The 3 holes were cut neatly in a straight line, and on the other side of the holes was the black car that was currently speeding away. However, due to the error of less than a millimeter, this terrifying blast brushed past the roof of the black car and directly pierced through 2 more concrete walls, landing somewhere unknown. An instant later, a terrifying explosion rang out from a room in the gymnasium's basement, and the entire ground began to shake. Directly piercing through 5 concrete walls and finally triggering such a violent explosion, the power of the military M52 mecha's main cannon was truly too shocking. It was hard to imagine, if this blast had landed directly on the black car, Tai Xuan and Butler Jean in the car would have died a horrible death. Su Lu, who had landed in a pool of blood on the concrete floor, was once again bounced up from the ground by this blast. There was not a single part of his body that did not ache. However, his eyes, reddened by the blood, watched as the black car in the distance finally left the underground car park. He could not help but break into a grin, revealing his white teeth amidst the smoke as he laughed out loud. At the same time, his right hand found a cold gun by the side of the half-broken corpse beside him. That huge black mecha clearly did not expect its main cannon attack to actually miss its target. Although the pilot in the mecha's cockpit had felt a trace of surprise when that human had kicked the mecha in a frenzy earlier, his strong nerve control, logical judgment, and the instinct of a soldier to obey orders allowed him to completely ignore the kick that the lunatic had launched with his frail body. He simply aimed at the car and fired the main cannon. At this time, the pilot in the M52 mecha finally noticed that the fellow in the green military trench coat lying under the mecha's feet seemed to be a little unusual. However, he did not have the time to find out what was so unusual about this fellow's body. Just as the black car disappeared from the underground car park, this mecha warrior used his communicator to issue orders to the soldiers accompanying him. At the same time, his hands moved like the wind as he entered 17 data commands on the touch-sensitive holographic screen. Amidst the loud roar of the motor, this huge mecha began to move abruptly. Like an ice skater relying on the caterpillar equipment on its alloy legs, it started to move rapidly in the cramped underground car park. In an instant, it increased its speed. The black metal mecha glided beautifully forward as it chased after the human towards the exit of the underground car park, leaving behind only the piercing sound of air vibrations. The black M52 mecha chased after the human so resolutely, so decisively, so coldly. It did not even spare a glance at Su Lo, who had piqued its interest immensely. Su Lo, who had used a human's body to successfully cause his main cannon to miss. Other than the special class ace pilots of the federal military, who else could make such swift reactions and control so beautifully? The huge and terrifying black mecha chased after the car Tai Yuan was in. Accompanied by the sound of dust and air vibrations, it disappeared from the exit. At this moment, Su Lo was in a state of shock, but he could not worry about Tai Yuan's survival at all. This was because right now, he could only worry about his own survival. In the quiet underground parking lot, the smell of burnt flesh and blood filled the air. The surrounding concrete walls that had been flattened by the mecha's firepower still continued to fall with pieces of concrete and steel. There were 5 shocking round bullet holes in the concrete wall that separated the parking lot. Smoke was rising from them. The lights in the car park had all been extinguished long ago. This was because the automatic fire extinguishing system in response to explosions and high temperatures kept spraying water as if it was raining. This scene was extremely similar to that rainy night when Su Lo had killed for the first time. Chapter 121. In the darkness, water splashed everywhere. The gun that Su Lo had picked up instantly spat out a flame, illuminating the mist in front of the gun muzzle. It created a beautiful refracted ray of light that was as beautiful as a rainbow. He raised his right arm high and waved it quickly. The flame and the beautiful ray of light in the surroundings quickly dispersed, as if a red fan had suddenly opened up. A few muffled sounds rang out. It was unknown how many bullets had hit the militants, and how many bullets had hit the hard concrete walls. In the darkness, only the vague silhouettes of 6 or 7 militants could be seen. One of the silhouettes let out a muffled groan, his neck snapped, and he fell to the ground. Su Lo had never been in the military before. He had only memorized countless battle regulations and battle formations for the Ministry of Defense's mecha operator exam. Actually, this knowledge was not very useful for his exam, but Uncle Feng Yu had asked him to learn, so he had obediently learned. He had never thought that it would be useful at this moment. The bullets that he had randomly scattered in his nervousness had actually successfully hit a target. This should be the first time he had fired a gun. The heavy feeling on his wrist and the slightly numb recoil made his body, which was lying in the puddle of water, feel a little uncomfortable. This standard repeating gun should have belonged to one of the Thai family's security guards. However, that security guard had already died in the ambush of that military mecha. His corpse had been torn into countless pieces. Luckily, the safety of this gun had been switched off, allowing Su Lu to complete his shot in the first instant. Su Li's reaction was very fast. What was even more admirable was his unyielding, silent, and determined personality. After being sent flying to the ground by the mecha, his subconscious action was to search for a weapon on the ground. He wanted to continue fighting for his life, even if it was just a struggle. In the darkness, in order to not expose himself, Su Li's right arm was raised extremely high. Even so, that group of well-trained militants could still accurately determine his position. A rapid rain of bullets rang out, and the sharp sound of bullets breaking through the air rang out. Countless splashes of water and concrete were sent flying everywhere. He had only been bitten by a mosquito. Su Lu leaned against the back door and breathed rapidly. His chest heaved up and down as he felt the pain in his right arm. He knew that he had been shot by the militants before he slipped through the door. However, in the darkness, he did not know where he was shot. He only knew that there was a bullet wound on his right arm. Blood was flowing out and the pain was destroying his nerves. He was only bitten by a mosquito. In the darkness, his face was pale, but no one could see it. His eyes were bright to a terrifying degree. He breathed heavily, not caring whether the militants could hear him or not. He kept repeating the words about mosquitoes, convincing himself not to care about his injuries, convincing himself that he could still survive in such a difficult time. What was more serious than the gunshot wound was the injury to his right leg. Earlier, in order to shake that large and heavy mecha, he had focused all the strength in his body on his leg and kicked out. Although he had successfully destroyed the attack of the mecha's main cannon, the recoil from that huge force had directly destroyed his right leg. Right now, his right leg was twisted in a horrible position. The broken bone inside was cutting into his red and swollen leg muscles. It was very painful, but the pain was numbing. Su Lu couldn't feel it at all. The rainwater in the underground parking lot was still spraying out. The smell of blood was slightly lighter than before, but the burnt smell was getting stronger. It was unknown whether the room that had been hit by the mecha's main cannon was currently burning with a raging fire. Su Lu lay on the ground, silently gripping that unfamiliar metal gun. On the other side of the door were several militants who had participated in the assassination. These militants clearly had a military background and were used to following mecha in group operations. However, they were also no strangers to individual combat. This silent and tense standoff didn't last long. At least, it didn't last as long as Su Lu felt. The group of militants didn't have much time to waste with him. They needed to retreat before the Federation's powerful forces could react. However, under the light of the First Charter, even if they retreated, it would probably be difficult for them to leave the Federation. The sound of gunfire rang out again. Countless bullets struck that heavy door, sending sparks and fragments flying. If this door in the underground parking lot wasn't made of metal, it was likely that Su Lu, who was behind the door, would already have been turned into a hornet's nest by now. Behind the door, Su Lu shrunk his body as much as possible to avoid being hit by the stray bullets flying in all directions. He didn't dare to raise his head at all, and he didn't dare to move. However, that gun was consciously raised by him and aimed at a certain angle beside him. This was completely based on his intuition. The gunshots had just stopped when a fierce figure pounced in. Su Li's index finger flicked lightly, and a bullet sprayed out from the barrel of the gun in his hand, knocking down that figure directly. However, after he flicked his finger, he found that he was wrong. This wasn't one of the militants, but the corpse of a security personnel whose body had been sliced in half by the mecha's shrapnel. Su Li's pupils contracted. He knew that he had reached the moment between life and death. In his originally empty body, a new surge of strength had unknowingly surged up. With a muffled grunt, he used his only intact left leg to push against the back of the door, forcefully sliding half a meter to the side on the ground. Just as he slid, a black gun barrel quietly poked out from behind the door and hit the spot where he was originally standing, setting off a series of sparks. After narrowly dodging the shot, Su Li's slightly narrowed eyes emitted an extremely bright light. He suddenly lunged to the side and fired the gun in his hand again. The militant who rushed in with the submachine gun in both hands was immediately enveloped in a rain of bullets. The bullets hit the man's bulletproof vest and made a muffled sound. He directly slammed into the door, making a loud noise. Su Li raised the muzzle slightly and directly shot the man's head into a watermelon that fell to the ground. In the dark environment, the half-open door was like the mouth of a legendary monster, as if it was going to swallow all life. The militants on the other side of the door should be thinking this, and Su Li behind the door was even more thinking this. He struggled to half-squat against the wall, not knowing how many bullets were left in the gun in his hand. He should have picked up the dead militant's submachine gun, but he just carefully moved over there, hiding his body behind the dead body. His right hand slowly lowered, touching the side of his boots. At this time, in the quiet and dark tunnel behind Su Li, there was suddenly a series of footsteps. The footsteps were very light. If it was not a child, then it should be a very light woman. The footsteps should not be a person. In such a tense moment, there were still people in the stadium that did not evacuate. Su Li's eyes were filled with deep worry. If those innocent people were to come here, then only death would await them. Fuck your mother, fuck your mother. Su Li's face was expressionless as he cursed. No one knew what these curses meant to him, but his pair of always smiling, seemingly incomparably sincere eyes became brighter and brighter, more and more determined. Don't come over. He shouted to the owner of the footsteps behind the darkness. Following his voice, the gunshots outside the door once again sounded. The gunfire cut through the space in front of Su Li, making him unable to do anything. He could only watch as the two militants rushed over and entered the door. Fuck your mother. Su Li softly cursed, and then rushed toward the two figures. The two militants clearly did not expect him to be so fearless as to hide so close to the door. They also did not expect him to react so quickly. At this moment, Su Li's movements were extremely fast. At the moment of life and death, he erupted with all the strength in his body. The trembling began to squeeze his already exhausted body, as if it wanted to squeeze out every drop of strength from his muscle fibers. He was like a gray shadow, pouncing forward. In an extremely short distance, he pulled the trigger and shot down the militant who was slightly further away. He instantly threw away the gun in his hand, and at the same time the gun left his hand, his body suddenly crashed into the other militant. Suddenly, his elbow struck the cartilage of the opponent's throat. Using the hard bone of his waist, he fiercely struck the vital point of the opponent's crotch. Extending his fingertips fiercely pierced the opponent's eye socket. From the time he started training in the mine to the time he became a janitor in Yue University, he did not slack off for a single day. The arduous training made the 10 postures that Uncle Feng Yu taught Su Li become an instinct of his body. At this moment, his strength completely erupted, vividly displaying it. That comfortable and ruthless feeling made him forget that he was dragging a crippled leg and had been shot several times. They were all strange and heroic body techniques. His throat was broken, his mouth was shattered, his eyeballs were split open, and his blood and juices were splattered everywhere. The militant did not even make a sound as he fell in front of Su Li. However, at this moment, his body was already exposed at the door. Su Li did not stop in the slightest. Carrying the militant's corpse, he silently and bravely rushed out. The sound of gunshots rang out. A metal tool suddenly appeared in Su Li's right elbow. With a press of his finger, a faint blue electric arc suddenly illuminated the corner of the underground parking lot. A militant on the side was struck by the electric arc, his body twitching as he fell. The submachine gun in his hand was still firing, but it hit the thigh of one of his companions. Sulu rushed over, the tip of the stun baton in his hand already reaching out, directly stabbing at the fellow who was kneeling on the ground. However, these militants were worthy of being called elite soldiers of the army. Although Su Li's sudden appearance had inexplicably killed several of their companions, this fellow who was accidentally injured by his companion still displayed the outstanding individual qualities of the Federation's soldiers at this crucial moment. Chapter 122. The stun baton that Su Li had named Flying Dagger had been cleverly modified into a multi-purpose tool. The electric shock effect at the front was still intact, but the back of the handle was designed with a retractable dagger tip. Earlier, he had electrocuted one of the militants unconscious. With a swipe of his right elbow, he held the dagger tightly between his thumb and index finger and stabbed towards the throat of the last militant. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, the militant actually turned the submachine gun in his hand into a cold weapon and directly blocked his wrist. As a soldier who had undergone many years of cruel training, his body possessed great strength. Especially when he was holding a gun, while Su Lu was only holding a small dagger. When the two were compared, Su Lu felt a strong vibration coming from his wrist in an instant. It made Su Lu feel that something was wrong. At this time, he, who was heavily injured, had no strength to use. Those strange postures that he had trained hard for many years were like water without a source. Also, he was burdened by his injury and could not use any strength. In the faint light, looking at the cold and bloodthirsty eyes of the person close by, Su Lu felt his whole body go cold. It was as if he was exposed to the wind and snow of Linhai province outside the stadium. At this critical moment, a strength of unknown origin once again emerged from behind his waist and quickly surged towards his upper body. It directly passed through a certain area behind his neck and transmitted to both of his arms. Su Li did not have time to enjoy this dramatic change. With a muffled groan, he spat out a mouthful of blood. A burst of intense and bone-deep pain exploded at the back of his neck. The explosion caused his eyes to turn red and his pupils to constrict. His lips trembled incessantly. The skin exposed to the outside was painful as if it was about to split open. And his brain felt as if there were countless needles piercing endlessly. Su Lu, who had been silent all this time, was used to being silent. Even when he thought that he was going to die, he would only curse softly or in his heart. Under this unbearable and immense pain, he finally cried out. Following this mournful howl, he placed his left hand on his right wrist and pushed forward along the pain. With a puff in front of the heavy and incomparably sturdy mecha, Su Lu was just an ordinary person. No matter how strong his strength was, he could only make the mecha tremble slightly. Compared to ordinary people, he, who had been taught by Feng Yu for many years, was actually more like a machine than those soldiers who were made of iron. He was not a cold-killing machine, but rather his body. The muscle fibers, nerve bundles, and even every cell in his body were constantly advancing in the direction of the first order of machines. In front of machines, no matter how strong a soldier was, how could they resist? The sharp tip of the dagger that protruded from the back of the handle easily pierced through like a thin piece of paper. In an instant, the militant's arm was shaken off, and the submachine gun was sent flying. Su Lu, in his state of incomparable pain, subconsciously stabbed for the last time, making that small dagger give birth to a feeling of crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Blood spurted out as the dagger easily and casually pierced the militant's throat. Su Li's whole body went limp. His eyes turned slightly black as he collapsed to the ground. At this time, he could not find the slightest bit of strength in his body. That intense pain was still constantly emitting waves from the back of his neck. 10,000 needles, 100 million needles pierced and pulled out from his brain, making him completely forget about his crippled leg and those gunshot wounds. In the moment before he fell to the ground, from the corner of his eyes, he saw with incomparable pain that the militant that he had electrocuted earlier was currently trying to get up from the ground. It seemed that the combat suits worn by these soldiers also had a certain degree of resistance to electric current. Su-lo knew that he was about to faint and would not be able to wake up again. This was because other than fainting, there was no other way for his body to withstand the pain at the back of his neck. This was a natural instinctive reaction of the human body in order to protect the brain. If that militant got up and faced him while he was unconscious, then Su-lo would definitely die. In the instant before he fainted, he somewhat helplessly thought of his incomparably tragic end. At this time, at this place, there was no one who could save him. He would definitely die. In the instant before he died, many people's images flashed through Su-lee's mind. He thought of many things, just like in a movie, but he sorrowfully confirmed that this was not a movie. It doesn't matter, everything doesn't matter. I've seen Jian Shuier, and I've also had a woman. Even if I die, this life can be considered complete. Don't people live to do the right thing? Death, not because of Tai Ziyuan, not because of the political strife or the black screen that I don't know about, but because those people are doing wrong, so I should stop them. But, I'm still so young. Su-lo was influenced by Shi Qinghai. Using the title of Little Master, he quickly told himself his last words in his mind. Then, he fell heavily on the cement floor full of dirty water. His eyes turned black and he fainted. That ordinary face that had fallen into a coma still had a trace of a bitter smile. The bustling university town of Linhai became a lot more deserted because of the cold winter and the snowstorm. But today, Jian Shuiyer's first concert in the Federation brought prosperity and liveliness back to this large city group. After watching the concert, people left the stadium, still in high spirits. Along the developed road and rail network, people dispersed to various campuses or cities in Linhai. In the northeast direction of the stadium, there was a highway that was particularly deserted compared to other places, because this highway directly led to another state in the Federation. It required about 12 hours of travel between the ice fields and the mountains to reach it. In such cold weather, no one would choose to go through this highway. Not to mention, because of the continuous snowstorm, this highway was basically in a half-closed state. However, at this time, on this half-closed highway, there was a black car without any logo driving at full speed. Because it was in a half-closed state, the Federation's Traffic Management Committee turned off the automatic heating and snow removal function of this highway, so the snow on the road was very thick. This car ran over the thick snow and ice chips all the way, but its battered body didn't move at all. It still maintained its balance and stability. The black car didn't see a single car along the way. Tai Ziyuan had unknowingly sat in the co-driver's seat. The two-way seat belt tightly fastened his body. His expression was very cold. His eyes were indifferently looking out the window at the ice and snow wilderness that flashed by from time to time. The target is approaching again. It will enter the attack zone in 7 seconds. The central control computer of the black car issued a warning once again. The car that the Tai family prepared for their heir was extremely powerful no matter how one looked at it. The intelligent judgment program of the central control computer of the car was faintly similar to the central control computer of a spaceship. The moment the computer's voice faded away, a thrilling image appeared on the rear-view screen of the black car. Not far behind the highway, a black military-grade M52 mecha could be seen advancing rapidly in an unstoppable manner. That mecha had already completely switched to forward mode. Accompanied by the vibrations of the huge mecha breaking through the air, the alloy tracks of the mecha continued to crush snow and ice, crushing the concrete blocks on the highway. Its momentum was truly astonishing. Inside the black car, Tai Yuan and Butler Jin's expressions didn't change at all. After coming out of the underground parking lot of the stadium, Butler Jin consciously chose the Northeast Highway without Tai Yuan's order. Although this might bring some convenience to the pursuit of the military mecha, at least it could ensure that the attack of the military mecha wouldn't cause too much panic among the Federation citizens. The scene of the black military mecha charging out of the stadium and chasing after the black car naturally fell into the eyes of some Federation citizens. However, as long as the war didn't happen in a densely populated area, it could always be covered up in the future. Once the heavy military mecha's horsepower was at full power, it could easily overtake tanks or armored vehicles on open plains. Even on a civilian highway, it wouldn't be hard to believe that it could catch up to the expensive sports cars of the Federation. However, the black car that the Tai family security personnel used as a source of confidence was, of course, a specially made product. It shouldn't only be able to reach a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Perhaps because the black car had been attacked too harshly in the underground parking lot, its power equipment had been damaged, so it couldn't reach its maximum speed. The black mecha had been chasing after the black car for 2 minutes now. The black car had entered a desolate area with few buildings. The black mecha behind them was getting closer and closer. Seeing that it was about to enter the attack range of the onboard weapons, Butler Jin's expression was still calm. He said softly, "It's not safe. Should we shake it off?" It seemed that it wasn't that the black car of the Tai family couldn't shake off the black mecha behind it, but that it had been holding back for some reason. No. Tai Yuan's eyes stared at the snow outside the window. His heart was even colder than the snow. His hand gripped the handrail of the car window tightly. His knuckles were slightly white. Just a moment ago, his heart suddenly trembled and ached. It was as if something had happened in the stadium that he didn't want to imagine. People from the military are involved in the assassination of civilians. This is equivalent to treason. Tai Yuan's pale face was expressionless. Under the light of the first charter, they are prepared to die at any time. They won't give up any information. If that's the case, don't give them a chance to escape to the Great Triangle. Let them all die, especially this mecha. Butler Jin was silent for a moment, then nodded. Right at this moment, a few strange chirps came from the horizon. It seemed that some kind of flying object was rapidly approaching. Moreover, it was flying at a low altitude. That was why the air was buzzing and the snow on both sides of the road was trembling. Butler Jin's eyes narrowed slightly. He said softly, "They're here." As he spoke, 7 black dots on the horizon at the end of the snowy road were rapidly approaching. They rapidly expanded in their field of vision, revealing their true identities. With a buzz, the snow on both sides of the road shattered. 7 of the most advanced fighter jets of the Federation flew at high speed in a low-altitude combat mode. They flew towards the black car and the valiant black M52 mecha behind it. Chapter 123. The black M52 mecha drove out of the stadium's underground parking lot at high speed and chased after the black car all the way to the snow-covered highway. The pilot who was piloting this mech had always maintained an absolute calm and a strong determination to complete the mission, but his mentality had already undergone some subtle changes. The pilot in the black mecha was called NATO. He was the model of the Federation's military, the most outstanding elite, and the winner of 4 Purple Star medals. The mecha under his control did not make any unnecessary movements. Every move was simple, clear, and deadly. 10 years ago, he had personally piloted the mecha and destroyed 14 Empire mechas on the grassland on a planet controlled by the Empire during the Federation Army's counterattack through the space portal. The black mecha he piloted appeared for the first time. Like a demon, it broke through the thick concrete wall and appeared abruptly from the concrete blocks and smoke. In just 1 second, it had eliminated all the Thai family security personnel except for the area around the black car. The black mech perfectly controlled the angle of its fan-shaped shooting, trying its best to maximize the lethality of each bullet. With his ability, he should not have given the opponent any chance to escape after lurking for an entire night and using a mecha to ambush a Federation citizen. However, there were 2 accidents during the assassination. These 2 accidents were out of his control and were not his responsibility. The first accident was the black car. Nato, the major in the black mecha, had never imagined that the Federation would have such a sturdy car. Although he knew very well who his target was and how powerful the family behind that young man was, it was still a black car, not a mecha. How was this possible? Even after using up the chain magazine of the M52, such terrifying firepower had only left behind those ugly deep metal craters on the car's body, and had not penetrated the car's body. It was because of the black car's terrifying defensive capabilities that Butler Jean had survived. It had also given Su Lun Tai Yuan, who had reacted quickly, a chance to survive. For Na Duo, the second surprise of the day was the young man in the West Woods uniform. This excellent pilot did not know why a soldier from the West Woods would suddenly appear beside his target, but he did not care about the non-target at first, until the other party valiantly and crazily kicked his mech's mechanical leg. The situation at that time was very much like a Federation proverb: on the highway, a poor insect is holding up its armored arm, trying to show off, trying to stop a speeding vehicle. However, this seemingly crazy and foolish action had successfully interfered with the black mecha's main cannon. Na Duo did not understand why the mecha in his hands, which had always been incomparably stable, would suddenly tremble slightly in that instant. Regardless of whether it was the automatic balancer or his own manual control, neither of them could complete the final calibration. As a result, the first shot from Jia Gong's main cannon had actually deviated from its target. This was a strange thing that Na Duo had never encountered in his 20 years of military service. How much force did that young soldier from the West Woods need to be able to shake the multi-ton body of the M52? And how did the force of that kick interfere with the internal control system of the mecha? Even at this time, driving at high speed on the snowy road, Na Duo still felt that the M52 mecha, which had always been like his own body, seemed to have some sort of wave interference. This caused his control of the mecha to not be particularly smooth, so he kept following the black car but was unable to quickly close in. Most of the citizens of the Federation were materialists, especially the citizens of the 3 administrative planets of the capital ring. Na Duo felt that there was a small problem with his mecha, but he would never have guessed that the young soldier from the West Woods was still affecting it. His instincts told him that the black car of the Thai family in front of him was using some sort of interference device. It had been some time since the pursuit began in the underground parking lot. The black mecha seemed to be in a fierce pursuit, but it was always unable to reach the effective range of its attack. The mecha still had plenty of power, but it did not have much ammunition left. Na Duo treasured every shot he fired and did not want to waste it. Although the half of his face that was exposed outside of the black helmet was still cold and calm, a very bad feeling had begun to form in his heart. The confidence of this elite soldier of the Federation was slowly fading. He felt a trace of panic and a faint sense of despair. Although this pursuit happened on the deserted highway, it was still in the core area of the Federation, Area S1. The response of the powerful departments of the government would arrive soon. His mission today could only end in failure. Right at this time, thunder seemed to roar in the distant sky. Na Duo stared at the 7 light marks that appeared on the holographic screen in front of him. He confirmed that these were the fighter jets of the Federation. He confirmed that these 7 advanced fighter jets had flown at low altitude and avoided the surveillance radar equipment of the mecha that covered a radius of 20 kilometers. The internal warning of the mecha rang, reminding him that the fighter jets had locked onto his body and could be attacked at any time. These were the K-12 fighter jets that the Federation was most equipped with. They could carry a maximum of 9 air-to-ground missiles. 7 fighters meant that there would be 63 missiles. In just an instant, this number appeared in Na Duo's mind. However, at this time, he instead calmed down. Even if he failed today, it would not be the fault of the battle. Instead, it would be those strange accidents and fate that were interfering with his work. At this moment, the resolute lines of the soldier's face became as sharp as a knife. Countless movement commands were inputted into the touch-sensitive holographic screen. Meanwhile, the mecha, which had been maintaining full speed all this while, also began to rapidly change form amidst the loud electrical noise. The tracks on the bottom left their tracks, and the mechanical legs reached out once more, carving deep marks into the concrete ground. Amidst the whooshing sounds, more than 10 gray lines shot over at high speed from the horizon. These were the standard Oxtail air-to-ground missiles that the Federation fighter jets were equipped with. These missiles brushed past the edge of the black car in front, shooting towards the black mecha that was rapidly moving in a strange posture behind it. Right at this moment, the black mecha's mechanical legs abruptly stomped on the ground. The entire mecha suddenly leaned forward at high speed, as if it was about to fall to the ground. However, the body of the mecha relied on inertia to flip around in the air, performing a beautiful movement similar to a fighter jet's wing. Amidst the dense barrage of missiles, the mecha found the only path and glided forward, actually dodging all of them. Those terrifying missiles brushed past the black mecha's massive body and struck the surface of the highway, exploding. Who knew how much snow and concrete were sent flying into the air, sending a cloud of dust into the air. However, one of the missiles had landed between the black car and the mecha. Although the mecha had successfully saved its life in that extremely dangerous moment, it could not avoid the missile that had exploded on the concrete ground in front of it. The missile exploded 20 meters in front of the mech. At the last moment, the black mecha still displayed its powerful combat power. Its power output instantly exceeded its peak value. Taking the risk of losing control of the mecha, Na Duo controlled the mecha to perform a jaw-dropping leap on the ground. It avoided the shock wave caused by the missile and flew directly into the sky. However, what was terrifying was that after the missile exploded, it rose even faster than the smoke and dust. Amidst a series of strange and sharp whistling sounds, countless thread-like substances that contrasted with the snowy light suddenly burst out of the missile. The black M52 mech managed to avoid the shock wave and shrapnel from the front, but in the air, it was completely unable to avoid those strands of reflective substance that flew everywhere like catkins. Pest, 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 pest. Those fine lines seemed to have a magnetic force, quickly sticking to the smooth and firm surface of the black mech. Those were some dark-colored things that looked like graphite bundles. Electromagnetic beam bomb. Inside the mecha, Na Duo felt a chill in his heart and gave up all hope. The Federation's rescue department had actually, in such a short period of time, installed an electromagnetic beam bomb specifically designed to target mecha. He no longer had any hope of escaping. The sizzling sound of electricity rang out. Those dark-colored metal wires sticking to the surface of the black mecha began to flash violently with blue electric arcs. At this time, the M52 mecha was still gliding valiantly through the air due to inertia. In an instant, it was enveloped by the blue electric arcs, appearing extremely strange. The blue electric arcs disappeared instantly, but the M52 seemed to have lost all power. Its movements in the air abruptly froze, and like a puppet whose strings had been cut, it fell heavily to the ground. Then, it rolled forward stiffly, smashing a large crater in the concrete ground, leaving a perfectly straight trail behind it. After the missiles, the fighter jet finally arrived. Several muffled sounds rang out at almost the same time. The projectiles fired by the ground-to-air cannons plowed several deep trenches in the ground. Cement splattered everywhere, and smoke and dust flew all over the place, heading straight for the mecha that had already lost its ability to operate. Countless muffled sounds rang out from the surface of the black mecha at the same time. Those sturdy alloy armor of the mecha began to deform, begin to be penetrated, begin to be damaged, begin to become an existence akin to trash. Without the sound of sirens, the Special Forces team of the Federation's 1st Military Region approached the black mecha in the middle of the road in silence and vigilance. Behind them, the armored vehicles with full firepower reserves were ready. This black mecha's control system had been destroyed by the electromagnetic beam bomb of the fighter jet, and it had also been mercilessly raked by the ground-to-air cannons. The entire body of the mecha had become extremely tattered, lying miserably on the road. It looked like it no longer had any combat ability. However, in the eyes of the Federation soldiers, mecha were the most powerful and also the most unpredictable combat machines. They did not know whether or not any accident would happen. The cabin door of the black M52 slowly opened. On the road below the mecha, the soldiers raised the muzzles in their hands. The sound of metal clanging against metal rang out one after another behind the mecha. Taking off his helmet, Naduo wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He glanced coldly at the soldiers closing in on the mecha. Listening to those vague voices ordering him to abandon the mecha and surrender, he slowly shook his head. When he had faced those 7 Federation planes earlier, he had actually been confident that he could at least shoot down one of the planes that had taken the risk of flying at a low altitude. Even though the mecha's automatic control system had been destroyed, he still believed that he could control the mecha and make those soldiers below pay a heavy price. However, since the mission had already failed, he did not want to make a move against those soldiers. As fellow soldiers, they should have fought together on the battlefield. They should not have become enemies in the first place. The soldier Naduo looked at the black car at the corner in the distance and narrowed his eyes. He lightly patted the slightly hot metal body beneath him, took out a handgun, and aimed it at his temple. He silently pulled the trigger. Chapter 124. Slay the dimples and says cutely, "I'm still writing the next chapter, but the content is more critical, so I'm writing it too slowly. It might be a bit late. Everyone has leaders who need to sleep early, so sleep early. You can come and read it tomorrow, but please leave your monthly ticket. But this pig of mine doesn't seem to have dimples, so I'll slay the fat face." The crisp sound of gunfire echoed in the ears of the nervous soldiers moving forward, reverberating on the quiet highway in the northern suburbs of the university town, reverberating between the snow-covered sky and earth. Tai Xuan retracted his gaze from the screen and tightened his coat around him. He looked at the heavily damaged black mecha in the distance and frowned, not saying a word for a long time. He didn't know the name of that dead soldier, but he figured that he would find out soon enough. This soldier was clearly an ace pilot of the Federal Army. From the initial ambush in the gymnasium to the subsequent operation on the highway, it all showed this person's incomparable military prowess. Tai Xuan looked at the other side of the highway, a trace of heaviness flashing across his slightly pale face that didn't match his age. Today, he had almost died under the attack of the mecha. Now that he had confirmed that he was safe, he felt a trace of fear, but he didn't show it. Only the hands exposed outside his sleeves trembled slightly. The faint sound of a helicopter came from the end of the highway. The blood on Butler Jin's forehead had already dried up. He put down the phone beside his ear and came to Tai Xuan's side. He lowered his voice and said, "The soldier in the mecha is Major Nato, a recipient of 4 Purple Star medals. He is a war hero and belongs to the 2nd Military Region's Special Mecha Brigade. He is the deputy commander. He was supposed to be in the Special Capital Region today to participate in a training session hosted by the Ministry of National Defense." Tai Xuan was silent for a moment, then asked, "The 2nd Military Region? The Ministry of National Defense's spring offensive should be using the 2nd Military Region as the main force. If my guess is correct, this Major NATO must have had many comrades who died in the encirclement of the anti-government forces. Yes, this training session in the Special Capital Region is for the upcoming spring offensive against the anti-government forces base in the Green Dragon Mountain region. Butler Jean glanced at the young master's side profile. Yesterday, Councilman Pabre reached a preliminary agreement with the anti-government forces. Today, there's an assassination attempt against you. It seems that the Eagle faction is very angry about the family's interference this time. Don't be in a hurry to find out who the suspect is. The investigation and trial after the incident is the responsibility of the Federation government. Although I'm angry, I can't go above the law and declare someone guilty. Tai Yuan's eyes were as calm as ever. If this matter is related to the reconciliation agreement, there should be many people who don't want the government to reach a reconciliation agreement with the anti-government army. Butler Jean nodded. Although the two of them didn't say it out loud, they both knew that this was the most shocking assassination attempt in the Federation in the past 20 years. The mastermind behind it was definitely not that simple. Councilman Pabre had already taken the most solid step on his path to becoming the president of the Federation. The families and economic tycoons in the Federation all had their own partners among the candidates for the presidency. If this assassination attempt was to eliminate Councilman Pabre's greatest support in the Federation, then the shadows of those families might also be involved. At this time, the simple phone in Butler Jin's hand rang again. He picked up the call and listened in silence for a long time. Then, he said to Tai Yuan in a soft and apologetic voice, "The police and the Federation Investigation Bureau have already sealed off the stadium's underground parking lot. The family representatives have also entered, but for the time being, they haven't found the whereabouts of your friend." Haven't found him. Previously, when they were still being pursued, Tai Yuan had already asked Butler Jean to follow the government's handling of the stadium. He wanted to know whether Su Lu could actually survive such a desperate situation. Hearing the words, "haven't found him," Tai Yuan raised his voice slightly and said angrily, "We can see him when he's alive, and we can see his body when he's dead. What do you mean by, haven't found him?" The firepower of the military-use mecha was too strong. The body left behind is basically incomplete. Butler Jean glanced worriedly at Tai Yuan as he adjusted his tone. The government personnel are currently cleaning up the scene, so it's normal that they haven't found anything in a short time. According to the reports from the other side, based on the situation at the scene, even if the chip identifies the body, it will still take a long time. Therefore, they may use the biomarker identification program, but that will take 2 weeks. Tai Yuan's usually calm eyes suddenly dimmed. Thinking that Su Lu might have already become several pieces of broken flesh in the dark underground space, his stomach began to churn. If Su Lu had been lucky enough to survive, he should still be in the stadium's underground parking lot right now. If he, unfortunately, died. He forced himself to calm down and turned to look at Butler Jean. "Regardless of whether he's dead or alive, I can't wait that long for news. Think of a way to ask that elder from the Bureau of Proclamation for help." The easiest way to confirm the death of a Federation citizen was naturally through the Bureau of Proclamation's central computer. However, the Bureau of Proclamation's computer was responsible for the entire Federation's electronic surveillance network. It was very rare for it to specifically confirm the death of a specific target, unless it was under special circumstances. The current director of the Bureau of Proclamation was a distant relative of the Tai family. Although he was 8 generations removed from Tai Yuan, in the 7 generations of the Tai family, he was the only relative of the Tai family in this world. If the Bureau of Proclamation confirms that Su Lu is still alive, ask them to help find Su Li's whereabouts. Tai Yuan walked towards the tattered black car, leaving behind his last words. Butler Jin's white hair fluttered in the cold wind. He looked at the young master's back with a complicated expression. Although he knew that this was the first time the young master had experienced the death of a friend in his life, he still didn't expect that the young master's usual calm would soon be unable to hide the emotions in his heart. Sulu was naturally dead. Asking the Bureau of Proclamation for help was really not a wise decision. It will take at least 2 days to send an application to the Bureau of Proclamation through the government department and get it approved, Butler Jean said behind him. Tai Xuan didn't turn around. He used silence to indicate that this matter had to be done as soon as possible. Mission failed. Federation S1 Capital Special District, in a room in an apartment on a quiet street. The room's windows were covered with a layer of light-filtering film, which could prevent surveillance and even military thermal imaging systems from snooping. In a slightly dark room, a soldier in his 30s put down the phone and looked at his business partner across the table with a serious expression. His business partner was very mysterious, but provided enough information to their side. The news that Tai Xuan was going to watch the concert today was confirmed last night. The soldier stood up from the table and began to organize the documents on the table. He lowered his head and said, "Although I still don't know who the person behind you is, and the cooperation this time was not successful, I hope that there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future." The ordinary person across the table wearing a gray synthetic sweater smiled. He didn't stand up, but he didn't rush to leave either. He looked at the soldier and said, "Who said that our cooperation was not successful? Although the young master of the Tai family escaped with his life, I think that the people behind you have already achieved more than half of their goal." After a moment of silence, the soldier smiled. "We're all small fries that are put on the table. Who knows what the people we serve want to do? But I'm curious how you know that I don't belong to those hot-blooded officers of the 2nd Military Region. Because you are too calm." The soldier fixed the slightly wrinkled synthetic sweater on his body, walked to the window, and carefully looked at the imposing and sturdy building across from him. He said softly, "We are all bystanders. The person who really did it is still in an office in the Ministry of National Defense." The soldier had already organized his belongings and walked behind the soldier. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the Federation's Ministry of National Defense building. He sighed and said, "As a soldier, I actually admire these comrades who are brave enough to ignore the law for the fate of the Federation. But you caused them to go to jail." The soldier's eyes shrunk. He looked at the dozens of military vehicles on the street rushing into the training center next to the Ministry of National Defense building and said, "I don't know how many of the officers in the 2nd Military Region will be eliminated this time. I didn't expect the government and the Tai family to react so quickly." The soldier slowly stood up straight and said with a hint of fear, "The assassination over there just ended, and they were able to find the training center. Her son almost died. Anyone can imagine how angry that madam must be. And in a sense, even the president has to show some mercy in front of that madam's anger. I have to go." The soldier simply turned around and left the dark room. He walked up the stairs of this welfare apartment that belonged to the Ministry of National Defense, took out the phone in his pocket, and began to report to his superior. "Mr. Representative, mission failed." In the dark room, the soldier in the synthetic sweater also made a call. After he calmed down, he said softly, "Mr. Representative, mission failed." After a moment of silence on the other side of the phone, an old voice sounded, "Throw out the bait. I don't want to become the victim of the Tai family's anger. I think you don't want to either." The soldier's expression suddenly became very shocked. He didn't expect that the senator would be so afraid of the Tai family. He didn't even hesitate to cut off his biggest supporter in the Federation government. The soldier and the soldier in the synthetic sweater were just like what they said. They were just insignificant people in the Federation. But the people they served were the people with the most power and influence in the Federation. They didn't know each other's names and identities. They only worked together temporarily for a common goal. They reached an agreement with some important people in the federal military and started to carry out the most unbelievable assassination in the Federation in the past 20 years. Now that the mission was confirmed to have failed, they both smiled at each other and comforted themselves that they could still get some political benefits from the follow-up. But they knew that a failure was a failure, and it was a complete failure. Chapter 125. The assassination in the gymnasium was successfully covered up by the Federation government. On the first day of the new year, if a huge scandal of the military participating in the assassination of civilians broke out, from the President to the Minister of Defense, from the Federation Bureau of Investigation to the Linhai State Governor, no one would have a good year. Although they knew very well that the target of the assassination was not a real civilian, and the cold tone of the madam on the phone made them even more clear that the Federation government had to thoroughly investigate this matter, and not randomly find a scapegoat like the countless political incidents in history. However, the government still needed to hide the truth of the matter from the public, because the government, in the last year of its term, could not withstand any more storms. Fortunately, the madam tacitly agreed with the government's attitude, and even used her family's influence to help the government seal the mouths of most of the media. That night and the next day's television news, as well as the various authoritative print and electronic newspapers, there were no reports of the assassination in the gymnasium in Linhai State's university town. On the contrary, the entertainment and lifestyle section focused on the grand scene of Miss Jian Shuair's first concert in her life. The media reporters, which the government did not want to face the most, were collectively silent in front of this incident. On one hand, they were under pressure from all sides, and on the other hand, they were keenly aware of a certain atmosphere within the Federation. They were waiting to see if the government would give the media and the public some sort of explanation. However, some of the citizens who dispersed later had personally witnessed a black mecha break through the walls of the gymnasium in the wind and snow, charging onto the highway in the northeast direction. These people could not erase their own memories. They were puzzled and did not see any answers in the newspapers, so they could only let these memories become some rumors circulating on internet message boards, as well as shocking headlines in the usually extremely unpopular tabloids. On the day of the assassination, the investigation of the powerful departments of the Federation had already begun with great urgency, because the officers of various departments and bureaus had all received calls from the President's office or some important members of the management committee to personally investigate. The enormous national machinery of the Federation government began to operate, and in the shortest amount of time, they found even more information from the pilot named NATO. How did a Federation war hero, the recipient of 4 Purple Star medals, become a shameful assassin? This required historical critics and writers to develop their ideas. The investigators of the Federation government did not pay attention to this. Instead, they directly investigated the Capital Special District. Shortly after the assassination, Special Task Force agents and officials from the Federation Investigation Department, under the protection of the Military Police Headquarters of the Ministry of National Defense, rode in a dozen military vehicles and rushed into the training center next to the Ministry of National Defense building. Under the shocked gazes of countless Federation soldiers, they arrested a total of 93 officers of various ranks from the 2nd Military Region who had come from the front lines of Region S2. The interrogation began quickly that night. There was no interrogation by torture or electric shock. There were only bright lights, surveillance equipment everywhere, and interrogators and recorders who were as cold as metal. The interrogation did not yield any results. The officers who had returned from the front lines and sacrificed their youth and sweat for the Federation coldly stared at the officials in front of them. Their eyes were filled with anger and disdain. The officers who felt that they had been insulted began to curse. After a stalemate for half a night, the interrogators gathered the officers together. The director of the 4th Department of the Federation Investigation Department, who was in charge of the investigation of the assassination, looked coldly at the arrogant and fearless officers in front of him. After a moment of silence, he said, "As a soldier of the Federation, there is a reasonable way to express your wishes. No one disrespects what you have done for the Federation. However, as a soldier, you should respect the law. Some of you know, and some of you may not know. But what I want to say is that the Bureau of Proclamation has marked this incident in the Linhai State Gymnasium as a first-order incident. You should know very well how first-order incidents are dealt with. The high-ranking official of the Federation Investigation Department narrowed his eyes. The coldness in his eyes grew. Do not try to cover up or quibble for your crimes. That will only make your families suffer more humiliation. These officers were escorted back to the training center by the fully armed military police. However, at this time, their identities had become criminal suspects, and they were no longer pillars of the Federation with a bright future ahead of them. Just as these people left the temporary interrogation center, an official walked to the side of the director of the 4th Department and said in a low voice, "The central computer of the Bureau of Proclamation has marked it as a third-order incident. Besides, even if it is a first-order incident, it won't be of much help to this case. Those old ancestors of the Bureau of Proclamation are the best at playing mysterious." The director of the 4th Department lowered his head slightly and said, "How would these officers know anything about the sequence of incidents? I'm just giving them some time to think, to be afraid." In the early hours of the next day, perhaps it was because they instinctively had endless respect for the glory of the First Order, or perhaps it was because these officers had a clearer understanding of the majesty of the law, but in any case, the trick of this high-ranking official of the Federation Investigation Department was clearly effective. No one turned themselves in, and no one gave an account of who had organized this assassination, how the black M52 mecha belonging to the 1st Military Region had ended up in the hands of Major NATO, and what kind of orders the small military team sent to the gymnasium had received. 7 officers committed suicide in their own rooms, and no one could be saved. They used this simple method to express their respect for the First Order and the law, to protect their superiors and the ideals that they were willing to sacrifice their lives for. That night, the official residence of the president was hosting a dinner party for the president and the Nebula Award winners. After the dinner party, there was a routine dance party. However, the aging scholars clearly had no desire to dance. They only politely and reservedly watched the dance partners on the dance floor. The applause did not stop. Everything was so lively and joyous. Mr. President Sieg was ending his 2nd term this year. It seemed that he was still a little reluctant to leave the official residence dance party. The people around him had sincere smiles on their faces as they watched the president and the First Lady slowly spinning around. However, in their hearts, they gave disdainful comments. This president was without a doubt the most unforgettable president in the history of the Federation. This was because during his time in office, there was nothing worth writing about. His temperament was cowardly and violent, completely unlike the style he had in the military. If the voters 10 years ago were misled by the false image created by the media, then what about 5 years ago? However, President Sieg was also without a doubt the luckiest president in the history of the Federation. During his 10 years as president, there was no incident that could lead to criminal proceedings. The war between the Federation and the Empire had already ended after he was elected. The anti-government forces in S2 had been in the Federation's territory for many years, so no one would blame him for not solving this problem. It must be said that President Sieg was at least cautious enough, and this is actually an excellent quality. A young and handsome official silently looked at the president he had accompanied for 5 years and gave a different evaluation in his heart. Then, his expression changed slightly. He walked out of the crowd and came to a quiet corridor in the western part of the official residence. This official named Boog was the deputy director of the office of the president's official residence. He was responsible for handling a lot of administrative work, so even in such a beautiful dance party, his phone would still be connected. However, when he heard the unique vibration pattern of the phone in his inner pocket, he knew who was calling, so his expression became serious. "You should have heard about what happened this morning. A woman's calm voice came from the other side of the phone. Yes, madam. Boog lowered his voice and smiled at the office worker who walked in front of him. I don't want something like this to happen again, because I don't want my son to become the target of hatred of the entire federal military in the end. The woman's voice was calm and irresistible. No one thought that those officers would choose this method. After a moment of silence, Boog said, I'm worried that as the investigation deepens, more people will choose to commit suicide or be killed. The investigation must be carried to the end. I need those real murderers to pay the price for such a shameless assassination. I don't want to criticize the work of the government, but I just want to say that there are enough clues to be found in this case. Please don't just focus on the officers of the 2nd Military Region. As a citizen of the Federation, and as the mother of the victim, I feel that this method is a bit difficult to accept. Boog hung up the phone and fell into deep thought. He knew what Lady Ty's call meant, and since it was like this, he could only criticize the work of the government himself. And according to the information reported by the investigation team, it seemed that the direction of the investigation was really going to touch on the aspects that made the government uneasy. He was a government official, but he was an administrative official. However, no one knew that in reality, he was an official cultivated by the Ty family. At the same time, late at night, Tai Yuan also received a call from his mother. He knew that the Federation government's investigation of the crime, after changing the direction, had successfully approached the core area. When he heard the name of that high-ranking official, even someone as calm as him couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Startled awake by the phone call and waking up from a nightmare, Tai Yuan couldn't sleep anymore. He put on his pajamas and sat beside the orange lamp on the sofa for a long time in silence. He kind of missed the pancakes and porridge that he used to eat at night. Chapter 126. Under the sky of the Federation, there was no such thing as a black curtain that would never be exposed. It was even more impossible for there to be a plan that was so perfect that no clues could be found. Once the black curtain was uncovered and the initiator was exposed, then it would definitely be met with an incomparably ruthless attack from the other side. Therefore, in the recent 10 long years, the political struggles of the Federation had long moved away from shady methods such as assassination. There were no more forces that dared to assassinate the president, and the various forces could at least maintain harmony on the surface. Therefore, on the first day of the 67th year of the Federation calendar, the incident that happened in the Linhai Stadium far away from the capital shocked all of the important figures in the capital. This was already outside the rules of the game, and was a method that was not accepted by the entire class. At this moment, all of the forces vaguely expressed their support for the Tai family, or at least maintained their neutrality and silence. The investigation of the Federation government made important progress that morning. Although the suicide of the 7 officers of the 2nd Military Region brought pressure to the work of the Federation Investigation Bureau, those staff members only changed their direction and continued to investigate. The identity of the militants that attacked the VIP area of the stadium had been identified. Those militants that all died were soldiers from the Linhai Garrison Special Forces. However, as to who gave the direct order to attack, and who was able to turn those soldiers loyal to the Federation into shameful assassination tools, for the time being, no one was able to find out. However, the attentive officials of the Federation Investigation Bureau dug up another valuable clue from the newly built concrete wall in the underground parking lot of the stadium. The engineering team under the Northern Hemisphere Command of the 1st Military Region received this mission the night before the incident. Although the person who gave this order had carefully erased the information that represented their identity in the message, the second layer of information used by the military system was ignored by the person who gave the order. A special agent of the Federation Investigation Bureau keenly captured this point, and found a few letters that indicated their identity in the core sentence of the command document. This special agent had a nickname within the Investigation Bureau, called Harry Ball, because he liked to wear a synthetic sweater all year round. The Federation Investigation Bureau used the second layer of information to investigate, and all of the spearheads were pointed at a male secretary in the building of the Ministry of National Defense. On the morning of January 3 of the 67th constitutional calendar, the Ministry of National Defense building was as solemn and empty as ever. The bright marble floor of the building hall was painted with gold powder with the military emblem of the Federation. Silent and relaxed officers and women walked on this emblem. Inside the incomparably large building, it looked like the other side of the Federation's electronic wall. On the boundless grassland, a few fine horses passed by from time to time. The higher-ups in the building already knew what had happened the day before yesterday. Most of the people in the building already knew what had happened in the training center next to the building yesterday. As for the news that after the officers of the 2nd MR were collectively arrested, 7 officers committed suicide, presumably the middle-aged woman in charge of cleaning the building already knew. However, the personnel in the core area of the Federal Army still maintained a relaxed expression and a suitable smile on their lips, because the enormous machine would never collapse on itself because of a loose part or rushed. The design style of the Department of Defense building was mainly a cold style. The outer wall did not use glass curtain walls that could absorb solar energy. Instead, it chose gray-black natural stone. The entire building was squarish, and the height of 17 floors made this squarish architectural style look a little stiff, like a box. In the internal conversations of the Federation government, it was customary to use the word box to refer to the Ministry of National Defense. This was because in the eyes of the general affairs officials, the soldiers of the Ministry of National Defense were like people in a box. Whether it was the way they walked or the way they talked, they were always so square and angular. On the penultimate floor of the Ministry of National Defense building, there was a very quiet and luxurious office at the end of the corridor. The Deputy Minister of National Defense, Yang Jingsong, worked in this office. Today, he came to the room half an hour early as usual. After drinking a cup of tea to refresh himself, he pulled up the military map of Region S2 on the holographic screen and zoomed in on the area around the mountains. He narrowed his eyes and carefully examined the map to confirm the Federal Army's spring offensive, and to minimize as many command problems as possible. Half an hour quickly passed, and his secretary still didn't knock on the door. Then, she brought in a sandwich. Deputy Minister Yang gently pressed the remote control in his hand, and the map on the holographic screen disappeared. He silently walked to the window and glanced at the beautiful winter scenery of the capital outside. Then, he turned around and sat on the sofa. His secretary hadn't arrived yet, but the phone on his desk rang. Deputy Minister Yang picked up the phone and listened carefully for a long time. He didn't say a word. Then, he sat back on the sofa again. This time, he didn't pick up the teacup. Instead, he found a bottle of liquor from the bookcase, poured himself a glass, and slowly sipped. While drinking the amber liquid, this important figure of the federal military narrowed his eyes and thought about something. He didn't realize that the alcohol he hated the most was so harsh on his throat. His secretary had been invited to investigate, and it seemed that she would never come back. The news he just received on the phone was that the president's security advisor had already entered the Department of National Defense and was about to take the elevator to his office. Deputy Minister Yang's slightly weathered eyebrows slightly furrowed. He took out a document from the cabinet next to him and began to read it in a daze. Regarding the assassination at the Linhai State Gymnasium, although he didn't participate in the investigation, the details of the incident and the progress of the investigation would be sent to him at a certain time. Watching the other party approach him step by step was not a good feeling. After knowing that his secretary was arrested, the deputy minister's mood became more relaxed. Everything that happened on the first day of the 67th year of the constitutional era was all under his instructions. After Deputy Minister Yang Jingsong came back from the front line, he held many positions. Among them, the most respected position was the Dean of the First Military Academy. With his status in the Federation, the important figures who cooperated with him, and even Mr. President himself, would protect him at all costs. Just like the 7 officers who committed suicide the night before yesterday. But he didn't want to do this. He put down his wine glass and came in front of the computer. He wrote an email and sent it to the relevant personnel with the authority to receive it. 40 years ago, I was an ordinary soldier in the 2nd Military Region's Mechanic Company. I once saw with my own eyes countless Federation soldiers sacrifice themselves on the land of Green Dragon Mountain for a great goal. 40 years later, I am the Deputy Minister of the Federation's Department of National Defense. I have full authority to handle the spring offensive plan of the 67th year of the constitutional era. I have never believed the words of politicians. I am even more unwilling to hand the future of the Federation into the hands of people who haven't even seen blood with their own eyes. Having once served as the Dean of a court, I know better than anyone that the military must act under the sacred rule of the Federation of Law and Order. But I often wonder if the collective will of the Federation of Law and Order has already become a toy in the hands of some people, or if it is the result of a compromise between them. Where exactly should the military go? A lawyer who grew up in a peaceful environment, without the authorization of the government, reached some kind of agreement with traitors. In my opinion, this is collusion, this is surrender. I believe that I have to stop this from happening. Perhaps history will judge that I am wrong, but I will never admit that I am wrong. After the email was sent, Deputy Minister Yang sighed softly. Many of his comrades who had sacrificed themselves in the war with the anti-government forces appeared in his mind. His gaze once again landed on the document in his hands. The assassination this time was to prevent the so-called reconciliation agreement from being reached. If Tai Ziyuan was killed, that family with a long history would naturally fall into decline or even collapse. And in this situation, Representative Pabre, who they supported, would definitely not be able to be elected president. Then, on the night before the new year, the agreement between Representative Pabre and the anti-government forces might never come to fruition. The reason why this deputy minister chose Tai Ziyuan and not Representative Pabre, whom he disdainfully called a lawyer, was because in his opinion, if he killed Pabre, the Tai family, who was cowardly in their bones and ready to surrender at any moment, could still choose other political partners. It wouldn't solve the problem from the root. The deputy minister's calm gaze landed on an inconspicuous name on the document. If there was any regret in his heart right now, it would naturally be because the assassination plan that his loyal subordinates had meticulously prepared actually didn't succeed. The heir of the Tai family actually survived under the attack of the mecha. According to the post-incident investigation, the person who played the most critical role in this, the person who had saved Tai Ziyuan's life twice in a row, was undoubtedly the young student who had already died, Su Lu. Deputy Minister Yang downed the strong liquor in his glass in one gulp, then opened the drawer and took out the old-fashioned handgun that had accompanied him for many years. He turned the muzzle of the gun somewhat clumsily and stuffed it into his mouth. He paused for a moment, took a few deep breaths, and then pulled the trigger. The muffled sound of the gunshot echoed throughout the entire floor. The door to the deputy minister's office was forcefully pushed open. The white-haired presidential security advisor and the Minister of Defense pushed aside the military police in front of them and squeezed to the front. They looked at Deputy Minister Yang's corpse on the sofa chair, then at the large pool of shocking red on the snow-white wall behind the chair, and were speechless for a long time. "He can't stand trial," said the Federation security advisor in a low voice. "Perhaps this is the best result." Chapter 127. It's already the 5th day. I think everyone's patience has its limits. Today, Tai Ziyuan did not use his calm gaze to hide the worry in his heart. He stared directly at Butler Jean before him, reminding the other that it had been a long time since the Bureau of Proclamation had confirmed the status of Su Li's chip, and he still had not received a definite answer. "I'm very sorry, young master." Butler Jean also seemed to be unable to believe the answer he had received from the Bureau of Proclamation. After deliberating for a long while, he used a more appropriate method to say, "But the Bureau of Proclamation has indeed encountered a problem with the verification of the chip. The identities of the security personnel who died in the gymnasium as well as those military bandits who died have all been confirmed, but it said that, when they were verifying Su Li's chip, a small problem just so happened to appear in the cloud computing program of the central mainframe." "What problem?" Tai Yuan also felt a trace of surprise. "It's not clear. The scientists and staff of the Bureau of Proclamation are not sure either. However, it said that the fix of this problem is a one-off problem. It will appear every once in a while. Even now, they still haven't been able to figure out the pattern of this problem," said Butler Jean with a smile. "It will take about 6 days for the fix to be fixed. By then, we'll know where Su Li is. The good news is, at least we now know that he's still alive." Knowing that Su Li was still alive, Tai Yuan's mood instantly relaxed. Although he had been shocked by how Su Li had managed to survive the attack of the mecha and those professional soldiers that day, and was even more puzzled by his subsequent disappearance, Tai Yuan was finally in the mood to deal with matters related to himself. Butler Jean looked at the screen of the phone in his hand and reported in a steady voice, "Deputy Minister of National Defense Yang Jingsong has died of an acute heart attack. His body will be cremated today. The Minister of National Defense has nominated Zhou Yingxing to take over the position of Deputy Minister. This has already been approved by the President's Office and the Security Affairs Committee." Tai Yuan closed his eyes and leaned against the sofa. Thinking about the political fluctuations in the distant capital, he gradually calmed down. Zhou Yingxing was promoted from the Deputy Director of Logistics of the Ministry of Defense to Deputy Minister. It was obviously unusual for him to be promoted twice in a row. However, this appointment did not meet with any resistance within the government. It seemed that the political figures in the capital had made a lot of concessions in order to appease the Tai family. However, Lady Tai didn't seem to have any intention of stopping here. At the very least, before this case was fully investigated, the upper echelons of the Federation would inevitably experience countless conflicts and compromises. More people had to pay a painful price. This assassination attempt was really too crazy. If the Tai family didn't make a strong enough response, Tai Yuan, as the only heir, would have a difficult time in the Federation in the future. Just as Tai Yuan was silently thinking about his future, Butler Jean had already finished reporting the most important events in the Federation in the past 2 days. Then, the old butler bowed slightly and said, "Young master, we have to prepare for the worst. If Mr. Su Li is really unfortunate enough to pass away, we should at least inform his family." Tai Yuan was silent for a moment before saying, "Su Li once told me that he doesn't have any family left in this world. He doesn't even have many friends." The corners of his lips curled up slightly as he smiled bitterly. "He's a very pitiful guy. Should we inform Zhang Xiaomeng and Shi Qinghai?" Butler Jean asked. Regarding Shi Qinghai's identity as a spy, there weren't many people in the Federation who really knew about it. Among them were Tai Yuan and Butler Jean. Tai Yuan was deep in thought. His eyebrows slowly knitted together. Because of these two names, he thought of something else. Where did the news of him going to Jian Shueier's concert come from? Deputy Minister Yang had committed suicide, so the military's lead had long been cut off. His knitted eyebrows suddenly smoothed out, and he said coldly, "No need." The Federation Bureau of Investigation's Linhai Field Office building was brightly lit. Shi Qinghai, who had smoked 3 cigarettes in a row in the coffee room, walked to the sink and splashed his cheeks with cold water. He felt a little better, pushed open the door, and walked in the direction of the forensics department. For the sake of the reconciliation agreement between Representative Pabre and the anti-government forces, he was the bridge and information channel. In the dozens of days before the new year, he was under heavy pressure and abnormally busy. He was already very tired. The incident at the stadium on the first day of the new year made the entire field office more nervous than ever. The inside story of this assassination was not known to all Federation officials, but this vicious incident happened in Linhai, so the Linhai field office had to take on a lot of work. Shichinhai was responsible for the 4 departments, which actually didn't have much work to do, because until now, they hadn't found any connection between this incident and the anti-government forces in District S2. Their main task was to filter the large amount of information that was monitored in Linhai and try to find any clues. However, Shichinhai was still very tired because he was worried about someone. Evidence A1-419. Shichinhai walked to the outside of the forensics department's warehouse and said to the staff behind the glass wall. At the same time, he handed over an evidence transfer form. The staff member carefully checked the signature on the form and checked the electronic secondary authentication on the internal work network. Then, he slowly got up and walked into the warehouse. The staff member didn't know why Section Chief Sher was so interested in this evidence and had asked for it several times. However, this piece of evidence was not very important to the case of the stadium. It was just a modified military electric spike. The real key evidence had been sent to the Forensics Department of the Federal Bureau of Investigation in the capital 3 days ago. Shichinhai took the military electric spike that was sealed in a vacuum bag, calmly said thank you, and then returned to his office. He closed the office door and began to stare blankly at the military electric spike in the bag. It looked a little rough, but it was cleverly designed. In the Linhai Stadium case, Su Li's existence was intentionally or unintentionally covered up by someone. Even with Shichinhai's level, he shouldn't have known that Su Li had appeared in the stadium. However, Shichinhai knew. Because at midnight on New Year's Eve, he was happily drinking with Su Li in the bar. At the same time, he heard Su Li happily say that he was going to visit Jian Shui'er with the crown prince of the Tai family tomorrow. He was Su Li's friend, no, brother. Therefore, he knew a lot about Su Li, such as Su Li's strong fighting skills, and Su Li's interest and talent in mechanics. He stared at the military electric spike in the bag and confirmed that Su Li must have been involved in this matter and played an important role in it. It was written very clearly in the transcript that this military electric spike had already fired an electric arc once, and it had finally appeared in the throat of a militant. That militant was the deputy captain of the special company of the Linhai garrison. Shichinhai's private phone rang. On the other end of the phone came the calm voice of the director of the Linhai HTD bureau. The director is dead. Shichinhai's body stiffened slightly. He knew that the teacher was talking about Director Yang, the current Deputy Minister of Defense. However, this news had already been seen in the news. Moreover, he had no relationship with that high and mighty big shot. At most, he had shaken hands with him at the graduation ceremony. He didn't understand why the teacher had specifically called him. Be careful these days. The director's voice was very calm. I keep feeling that something wrong is happening. Shichinhai didn't speak and directly hung up the phone. After a moment of silence, he began to dial Su Li's phone number again, but he still couldn't get through, the call still couldn't get through. Zhang Xiaoming put down the phone in her hand, feeling a little lonely. Walking between the snow trees in the pear garden, she tilted her head and looked at the rooms by the iron gate in confusion. She hadn't seen Su Li for a few days. She didn't know where this guy had run off to. Although she served Senator Macklin, she didn't know what had happened at the stadium. She only knew that Su Li had gone to a concert and suddenly disappeared. Could it be that he was charmed by Jian Shui'er and ran to her house to be a gardener? Zhang Xiaoming laughed self-deprecatingly, but the worry in her heart grew heavier and heavier. She suddenly thought of the contents of a gossip newspaper that the girl in the dormitory next door had read 2 days ago. A cold wind blew, and her body suddenly became extremely cold. She suddenly turned and walked toward her dormitory. She wanted to find out what had happened that day. Su Lu was indeed a very lonely person. He had lived to the age of 20 in the Federation, but among the tens of billions of people, only 3 people cared about his life and his safety. Unfortunately, he didn't know the sincerity of these 3 friends at this time, because he was still in a coma. He was dreaming. In the underground parking lot of the Linhai State Stadium, Su Lu fainted in the dark space filled with the smell of burnt flesh, blood, and water. He fell heavily to the ground and fell into a coma. Perhaps it was because he had overexerted the power in his body, or perhaps it was because the warm current in his body had caused some damage to the camouflage chip behind his neck. In any case, the intense pain had knocked him down in an instant, causing boundless darkness to surround him. There was no perception in the darkness, and there was no concept of time. He didn't know when, but a light suddenly flashed in the darkness and didn't leave. It woke him up from his coma and he entered a bizarre dream. In the dream, there was no green grassland, galloping bison, familiar mine pit, dusk, or a face that he missed. There was only an endless white light that moved in a strange way in the space in front of his eyes. Sometimes the white light connected into a straight line that reached the end. Sometimes the white light automatically divided into countless shining fragments. Sometimes the white light became a dot that constantly rippled into the surrounding space. In the dream, Su Lu looked at these strange scenes unconsciously, and then he found that the white light became a line of words that he could understand in the dark background. Chapter 128. At the moment of life and death in the underground parking lot of the gymnasium, Su Li's willpower played a crucial role. His body, which was like a dried-up well without water, actually erupted with power once again. The source of the mysterious power at his waist began to violently spew out the energy he had accumulated for 5 years but never had the opportunity to truly erupt. However, he didn't know how to use this energy. He could only allow this energy to occupy every pair of muscle fibers and every cell in his body. It rushed up and was released like an electric current. Perhaps it was bioelectricity, or perhaps it was an even more miraculous existence that transcended matter. But in any case, after this energy helped him destroy the militants in front of him, it also invaded his brain and nerves, bringing him unbearable pain. Most importantly, when the energy traveled up his back, it passed through the chip that every citizen of the Federation had. It caused great interference to the microelectronic calculations in the chip. This led to Su Li's coma and the cloud computing error of the Bureau of Proclamation Central Computer. This situation should have never happened in the history of the Federation. However, it was unknown whether or not Uncle Feng Yu had encountered such a coincidental situation back then. It was this extremely rare and bizarre state of the chip that directly caused the Bureau of Proclamation officials to be nervous and the enormous central computer to constantly scan, search, locate, and repair the chip. At this moment, Su Lu was the Su Lu in his dreams, the Su Lu in his instincts. He was neither happy nor afraid. He just stared blankly at the line of white words in front of him, not understanding the meaning of this sentence. Establishing active contact. Do you accept? Su Lu understood what active contact was. He, who was in this dark space, wanted to contact someone. He didn't even know why he stayed in this boundless dark space. He even forgot who he was. The line of characters condensed from white light in front of him slowly dissipated and then condensed again at an even faster speed. However, it was getting closer and closer to his vision. Establishing active contact. Do you accept? Su Lu didn't respond. The white characters disappeared again and condensed again, getting closer. Initiate contact. Do you accept? Sulu still didn't react because he didn't know how to accept it. He just looked at the white characters in the dark background in astonishment. He wanted to open his mouth but didn't know where to open it. He wanted to reach out to touch the beautiful light and shadow in the dreamscape but didn't know where his hand went. The line of white characters disappeared and condensed again, as if it would never get tired of it. This dream occurred 3 days after Sulu had fainted. At that time, he was lying on a strange bed, his body twitching non-stop, his forehead burning, his eyes closed, but in that black dream space, he stared blankly at the white characters in front of him, completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world and what was happening because of him. That day, in a quiet building on the outskirts of the capital, the staff of the Bureau of Proclamation were monitoring the Federation according to the classification of events. Among them, there was a document marked as a Level 3 sequence event. It was entered into the central computer and listed as a priority. Almost at the same time, the central computer gave the results of the calculation and positioning. Separated by a thick partition wall, the staff of the Bureau of Proclamation looked with satisfaction at the several pieces of white paper spat out by the terminal output device. They looked at the names and numbers of the victims of the Linhai State Gymnasium on the paper. As long as it wasn't something that happened too long ago, as long as the exact time and location were given, the central computer could accurately determine the identity of the person through the chip on the back of the person's neck. It could also determine the time of death through the chip's expiration time. Comparing the two, it could give a death list that was close to the truth. First, the glory of the charter enveloped the entire Federation. The Bureau of Proclamation wasn't omnipotent, but the orderly development and harmony of the Federation was separated from the central computer of the Bureau of Proclamation. This staff member compared the list of events sent by the government with the list in his hand and suddenly found something strange. Because the name in the list of events that was specifically marked in red didn't appear in the positioning results of the central computer. The person called Sulu still wasn't marked. Under the harsh terms of the first charter, the central computer of the Bureau of Proclamation would rarely continuously locate a single person who wasn't a Level 1 sequence event. But in the case where the name and identification number were known, it was always very easy for the central computer to determine a person's survival status. This staff member's expression became serious. He held the document in his hand and walked into the elevator. After an unknown amount of time, the elevator stopped. He walked into the assistant director's office and reported to the middle-aged civil servant behind the desk, "There's a problem." "Is it serious?" The assistant director of the Bureau of Proclamation didn't even raise his head. He calmly asked, but in his heart, he wondered if the old director's golf should be replaced. Every afternoon, the director would go for a walk on the lawn, but he threw the complicated work of the Bureau to him. It was very tiring, but he was also very happy. "I don't know if this matter is considered serious." The staff member shrugged and handed over the document in his hand. He said, "The survival status of a natural person." The old man actually couldn't immediately find an answer. When the assistant director heard the first half of the sentence, he raised his head in shock. This was because all work in the Bureau of Proclamation was carried out according to a fairly standard process. The events in the Federation were divided into 12 sequences. How could this subordinate say something that he didn't know if it was considered serious? However, when he heard the second half of the sentence, the assistant director's brows furrowed. He said, "Is the information incomplete?" You have to know that the old man is already very old. Searching among a population of tens of billions is not an easy task to begin with. The staff member walked behind the desk in a bad mood and pressed the light screen button. He said, "In the list that was handed over, it just so happens that the person's code is on file. Because someone checked him before, but the result was that he couldn't confirm it." It was very clear that the working atmosphere of the Bureau of Proclamation was very different from what the outside world had imagined. Not only did it not have a mysterious and old-fashioned feeling, but it was very casual between classes. "You're talking about the case in Linhai State?" The assistant director's expression suddenly became serious. This was because he knew that this case was arranged at the last minute. It was like jumping the queue. On one hand, this case involved the upper echelons of the Federation and even the military, which was why it was set as the third sequence of events. More importantly, because the party involved in this case was the family of the old director's distant relative. The assistant director furrowed his brows and looked at the computer screen that continuously scrolled by. After a long silence, he said, "This person called Sulo, is he alive or dead?" "You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask?" The staff member retorted in a bad mood. The assistant director touched his gradually wrinkling forehead uneasily. After a pause, he said, "The self-check program." The staff member asked a few questions softly through the intercom. He then raised his head and shook his head helplessly. "The self-check program just finished." The old man showed that there was a small logic error in the cloud domain. He looked at the assistant director and asked in a soft voice, "Has this happened before?" "I remember hearing the old director mention it once." The assistant director painfully rubbed his temples and kept searching through the memories in his mind. "It seems like it will take 6 to 7 days for it to automatically fix itself." The core area of the Bureau of Proclamation was extremely deep underground. The 5-person team that designed the underground structure of the Bureau of Proclamation very proudly announced that in the imaginable era of civilization, no weapon could destroy the core of the Bureau of Proclamation in a short period of time. The core of the Bureau of Proclamation was the central computer, which was the old thing that the staff of the Bureau of Proclamation talked about. This computer had a very long history. Judging from its age, it was old enough to be the ancestor of everyone in the Bureau of Proclamation. Therefore, in its long and boring life, the cheerful staff of the Bureau of Proclamation gave it such a cute and affectionate nickname. The core area was too deep underground. Although the air conditioning system was constantly working, the psychological problem still made it difficult for most people to adapt to this atmosphere. The good thing was that the central computer never needed the help of humans for its processing and information collection. In a sense, from the director to the cleaning lady of the Bureau of Proclamation, all the staff of the Bureau of Proclamation were serving the central computer, the old thing, and the old thing was serving the entire Federation. There was not a single person in the spacious room. A solid and thick physical barrier separated the central computer's display screen from the busy workers. The two-dimensional information display screen in mid-air constantly flashed the radio wave signals, video signals, and audio signals captured by the electronic surveillance network from all corners of the Federation. The images flashed extremely quickly and turned into beams of light or data streams. Those beams of light or data streams were sometimes like a straight line, and sometimes they were divided into countless segments. Sometimes, they were blossoming like waves on the two-dimensional information display, integrating, combing, and retrieving the data in a way that only they could understand. The abnormal logic error in the cloud computing domain did not interfere with the daily work of the Federal Central Computer. It still silently and loyally filtered all the images that it could see, calmly waiting for orders from humans. No staff noticed, or perhaps they were already used to not paying attention, this two-dimensional information display screen that they could not see clearly no matter how hard they tried. In the extremely small corner of the display screen, rows of tiny light runes appeared in sequence. Citizen number, SLAT 510200431X, information node recaptured, name, Su Lo, remarks. Federation Criminal Case 37, 67, 1 involved. Warning, information node is abnormal, positioning failed again. Serious warning, 0, 4% probability, Citizen Su Li's information overlaps with that of number 72. Response: initiate contact and attempt to locate. If the target refuses, establish an observation system and submit a report for the government to handle. The tiny light runes disappeared, and another row of characters repeatedly appeared on the Federal Central Computer's display screen. Establish active contact, accept or not. Chapter 129. In the summer of year 65 of the 37th Constitution calendar, the Federation's most wanted criminal, Uncle Feng Yu, who was determined by the central computer to be in the first sequence of events, was turned into a pile of ash by the Westwoods military's ancient bell. That night, his apprentice, his little sidekick Su Lo, accompanied by a thunderstorm, accompanied by a painful howl, replaced the chip in the metal bracelet on his wrist with the back of his neck. From that moment on, Donglin orphan Su Lo died, and the young retired soldier Su Lo was born. No one in this world knew that at the moment Su Lo replaced the chip, in the distant capital ring, Planet S1, in the core area of the Bureau of Proclamation on the outskirts of the Special Zone, the Federal Central Computer had made the following response. Citizen number, DLAS 420500481X, information node missing, name, Su Lo, remarks, Federation 4427, target 2, death confirmed. Warning, this is an extension of the first sequence of events. Serious warning, 30% chance that Citizen Su Lo has entered an abnormal situation, serial number 72. Citizen Su Lo has entered an abnormal situation, serial number 72. Response, search on your own. If you can find them, initiate contact. If the target refuses, establish an observation system and submit a report for the government's reference. Abnormal Situation Handling Program 1, end. More than a year later, the first Abnormal Situation Handling Program was restarted. Although the Federal Central Computer had determined that Su Lo orphan from Donglin orphan had a 30% chance of entering an abnormal situation, and Su Lo, the gatekeeper from Linhai Prefecture, had overlapping information with the former, so the possibility of entering an abnormal situation was even lower. However, the Central Computer was still silently and faithfully executing the program. It constantly tried to relocate the damaged information node through the huge network across countless galaxies, trying to form an active contact mode with the other party. In the Central Computer's records, there had been 72 abnormal situations or suspected abnormal situations in history, all of which were first sequence events. In the Central Computer's operational priority level, they were absolute priority. The brilliance of the charter tried to separate a little bit, approaching Su Lo who existed in this world like dust. Therefore, the words of those white light talismans began to repeat over and over again, appearing in that space with a dark background, appearing in front of his eyes. However, there was no response, because he was unable to make any response. Initiate contact. Do you accept? After an unknown amount of time, in the spacious room deep inside the building of the Bureau of Proclamation, a row of tiny cursor characters appeared below the two-dimensional projection light screen. Initiating contact has failed. Determining if the other party refuses. Su Lo, who was in a coma and in a dream, did not know that he had begun some kind of contact with the most advanced technological civilization in human society. In his dream, he stared blankly at the light talisman in front of him that kept disappearing and condensing. Then, he realized that the light talisman had disappeared. In an instant, a feeling called loss began to spread in this space. The disappearance of the light talisman was actually the central computer determining that the other party did not accept the initiating contact and began the next step of the program activation. If it determined that Su Lo had refused the initiating contact, according to the first abnormal situation handling procedure, the central computer would establish an observation system. At the same time, it would produce a situation report in the shortest amount of time and submit it to the Federation government for reference. Without a doubt, if a detailed report on Sulu really appeared in the Bureau of Proclamation, it would definitely arouse the suspicion of many people. The past and history of this fake identity would all be dug up. In front of the Federation's pervasive state apparatus, Sulu would definitely not be able to perfectly play the role of a retired soldier. The true identity of a fugitive from the Federation would be exposed in the light of day, and he would face the severe consequences of the first sequence of events that would follow. This moment was the most critical moment since Suli's escape. The most dangerous moment might be in the next second. While he was still in the dark dream, he would face the pursuit and assassination of everywhere. Just like Uncle Fengyu in the past, the central computer's program paused for a moment at this moment, and then it gave the most logical judgment it thought. Denied. Initiating the second type of contact. In the unconscious Sulu, there were no abnormal changes to the nerves in his cerebral cortex. The microchip behind his neck was determined to be damaged, and the central computer seemed to be able to sense the changes in his brainwaves through a certain method through the microchip. From this, it confirmed that Sulu did not reject its suggestion to initiate contact, but rather, due to some reason, the other party was unable to respond. At this moment, the central computer determined that the target it was constantly searching for was in a completely unconscious state. In other words, it was commonly used in human society to describe a person in a vegetative state. The crystallization of incomparably advanced human technology, the incomparably advanced monitoring methods, and the incomparably mechanical extension of the program finally allowed the central computer to come up with a mechanical and laughable conclusion, but it was also the conclusion that was most likely to be closest to the truth. It had to be said that Suli's luck played the most important role in this moment. And following the activation of the second type of contact program of the central computer, even more miraculous things began to happen to his body. Countless scenes began to be instilled into his mind through the microchip. Although these scenes would occasionally distort and be interrupted, they continued to steadily pour in and flash before his eyes. What was the second type of contact? No one knew. Sulu was unable to wake up from his black dream. He could only look at the endless darkness. Black represented nothingness, represented death, and represented nothing. Then he saw an image. In the image, a young woman wearing a white nightgown was holding a baby. The young woman's face was filled with unquestionable love, as if she could not wait to devote all of her life to the baby in her arms. This was the most cherished mother-child kinship of mankind. Sulu was an orphan. He had lost his parents and sister when he was very young. He missed them, but he had to admit that the faces of his family had long been blurred in his heart. He looked at the mother-child pair in the image and felt slightly envious, but did not have too strong of a reaction. That unknown existence seemed to have sensed this. A second image appeared before his eyes. It was a group of children running and kicking a ball on the grass. This represented youth, represented friendship. Sulu did not have many friends. He cherished them, but did not have much of a reaction. In the black dream, those strange images appeared more and more, and the speed at which they appeared became faster and faster. They filled the entire space. Those images showed the most spectacular snowy mountains on the West Woods planet, the magnificent red rocks in the S3 desert in the upper forest, the beautiful lakes in the outskirts of Philadelphia, and even more so, the endless starry sky that gave people a sense of awe and reverence. Those stars that had existed in the universe for hundreds of millions of years seemed to exist forever. In the black dream, the layer of red artificial dust above the planet of the East Forest region appeared, and the open-air mine pits that were barely visible under the dust appeared. Those mines had made great contributions to human civilization, and now they lay quietly in the green grassland. They looked like gunshot marks on the planet, and there was a breathtaking beauty to them. Sulu felt that it was very familiar. His heart ached, but he subconsciously felt conflicted. Along with his emotions and the subtle reactions in his cerebral cortex, the scene in the black dream changed again. It turned into expensive cars, into delicious delicacies from all over the world, into champagne with tiny bubbles rising from it, and into hard liquor with a sweet taste in its amber color. Countless bright and beautiful colors appeared in the black dream. Those were women. There were all kinds of women. There were female students with long canine teeth and ponytails wearing student uniforms. There were upper-class women in formal wear who walked slowly. There were young girls wearing tennis skirts with their bare thighs and exuding a youthful aura, mature, young, beautiful, bashful, sunny, delicate, clothed, partially undone, completely naked and seductive. Women followed the bright images and walked gently. The images in the black dream included the aspects that humans valued the most and desired the most. However, they were still not enough to cause the muddle-headed Sulu to have too strong of a reaction. The rapid influx of images and data caused the entire dark dream space to become somewhat unstable. Countless invisible cracks seemed to be tearing at something. Sulu couldn't feel his body, but he felt an unbearable pain. He wanted to cry. He wanted to scream, but there were no tears, and he couldn't make a single sound. In the black dream, the constantly flashing images served to accentuate the loneliness of his consciousness. While he was lonely, he still had to endure such pain. The space was expanding, as if it could explode at any moment. If it wasn't for Su Li's consciousness existing in the dream being as tenacious as his body, perhaps he would have already gone mad. He had to remember something, grab hold of something. At this time, in the rapidly flashing images, a chipboard appeared. The tiny solder points on it glowed faintly against the black background. With a single thought, the switching of images slowed down. All sorts of tools with their shells removed, those familiar household appliances that had accompanied him for many years, those exposed circuit boards, those hard metal brackets, those blueprints, those precise equipment in the control room, all of them were displayed in the black space in the form of images. He stared at one of the blueprints and studied it carefully. That unexplainable pain finally subsided a little. He felt that the lines and structure on the blueprints were very familiar. It was an M52, a black M52. It was the military mecha that had broken through the wall in the underground parking lot of the gymnasium. With a single thought, countless blueprints of the internal structure of the mecha flew in from the periphery of the black space like snowflakes. They flew in front of his eyes and into his mind, as if they were very happy to have found something that he could focus on. He had seen some of the blueprints before, but he had never seen most of them before. Those circuits and design ideas were so novel, and those control system designs were so beautiful. Sulu stared at everything in front of him in a daze. He gradually remembered some of it, but began to look greedily at those images. However, the images moved faster and faster, so fast that he could not see them clearly at all. But strangely, these images that entered the black dream seemed to exist in his mind. The images flowed in faster and faster. The space of the black dream could not hold on any longer and shattered into countless pieces. That intense pain returned to Su Li's mind. With a buzz, he fainted, fainting in the dream. But he woke up in reality. The black dream shattered, and a white light descended upon the human world. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the faint sunlight coming in through the window. He saw the girl wearing a white gauze dress under the sunlight. He saw that smear of purple. He remembered what had happened before he fainted, but subconsciously judged that he was still dreaming. If it was not a dream, how could he see this smear of purple? Chapter 130. This was a clean and bright large room. The surrounding walls and decorations were very light, from white to yellow, making it very comfortable to look at. There was a small table by the window, and under the table was a fluffy blanket. On the blanket was a girl wearing an ordinary white gauze dress. The girl sat by the table, quietly reading a thick book on the table. Her messy short purple hair covered her ears, but her sparkling and tender earlobes playfully poked out from the messy purple hair. The bright and beautiful sunlight shone in from the window. There was not a speck of dust in the light. It was so clear, and when it shone on her face, it made her expression even more dazzling. Her long eyelashes quietly rested on the girl's eyelids, and her white jade-like cheeks slightly blushed under the sunlight. The thickness of the book was thicker than her hands, making her pair of soft and boneless hands look very delicate. Under the afternoon sun, the pure girl seemed to be reading a book, but it was more like she was sleeping soundly. Purple hair fell from her smooth forehead, like a grape leaf, gently caressing the girl in her sleep. This was a moving picture. Sulo was moved. He stared blankly at the sunlight not far from the bed. Looking at the girl under the sunlight, he felt that his eyes were a little dry, and that his brain was not enough. The picture in front of him seemed to be still, but it was so vivid. It was like the poster that the uncle had hung in the operation room of the mine, but the girl who should have appeared on the poster was a little more mature than when she was 14 years old. She was still an incomparably charming girl, but her eyebrows, that straight nose, and those crystal hairs clearly visible under the light all told him, this is Jian Shuier, this is the real Jian Shuier, this is a living Jian Shuier. Sulo wanted to rub his eyes, but he felt a sharp pain coming from his right arm. He almost cried out, but because of the loss of voice in his throat, it turned into a muffled sound in his throat. With difficulty, he moved his gaze away from the window and looked down at his body. He saw that there were a few pipes connected to his body, and he was lying on a snow-white bed. There was an emergency button and an oxygen channel beside his hand. It seemed to be a hospital bed. The memories before he fainted had already returned to his mind. He knew that everything in front of him was not a dream, although it was very much like a dream. He didn't know how he survived and appeared in this ward when he was clearly about to die in the hands of that militant. Sulo was a very calm person. From the sunlight shining in through the window, he knew that he had definitely left Linhai Prefecture. That snowy world shouldn't have such bright sunlight, but in the next moment, he wasn't sure. What if he had been unconscious for half a year and it was already summer in Linhai Prefecture? Who saved him in that desperate situation? Sulo stared blankly at the purple-haired girl by the window. He didn't understand how Jian Shuier came out of the dream and quietly fell asleep by his bedside while holding a book. But he survived. This fact made Sulo feel incomparably relaxed and happy. In his nearly 20 years of life, this was the first time he was so close to death. It made him seem like he had a new understanding of life. At this moment, he thought of the strange black dream he had when he was unconscious, but he immediately threw that strange dream to the back of his mind. Because there was a dream in front of him. If the strange dream in the black space was a nightmare, then the moving scene in front of him was a beautiful dream. A beautiful dream come true. After waking up from the coma, Sulo gradually woke up. His brain gradually regained control of his body. This also meant that his body's perception could accurately enter his brain. After a slight numbness, there was a feeling of tension and dryness everywhere. Then, Sulo felt an unprecedented pain. He could feel something in his right leg. It was a painful feeling. He felt that his leg was like a glassware that had been smashed into pieces and then reassembled. It was full of cracks, and every crack was a pain. And his body was left with an unknown number of wounds, all of which were painful at the same time. What was even more terrifying was that inside his body, behind his neck, every bone, every pair of muscle fibers began to ache. It was as if he had experienced countless exercises, causing irreparable damage. With a muffled groan, Sulo stared at the snow-white ceiling. His habitual squinting eyes stared fixedly at that spot. A few drops of cold sweat flowed down from his forehead, along the skin around his ears, and flowed to the pillow. He was very strong, and his endurance was very strong. He was a stone from Donglin, but under this kind of pain, he was almost unable to bear it. He had to find a way to divert the pain from his surroundings. It was the same principle as how agents liked to watch pornographic movies when they were cutting flesh to remove bullets. Fortunately, there was a scene in the room that was enough to completely attract Su Li's attention. With great difficulty, he turned his neck and looked at the purple-haired girl by the window. Su Li's grunt on the bed woke the purple-haired girl by the window. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly as she woke up from her sleep. Rubbing her eyes, she appeared to be in a daze. Looking at the thick book in her hand, she cutely stuck out her tongue and smiled. Then she stood up and stretched as much as she could under the sunlight. She clenched her fists under the sunlight and raised her arms, stretching her body as much as she could. This posture completely exposed the curves of her body. Su Lu, who was on the bed, watched the sunlight pass through the transparent glass window, through the clean air, and sprinkle on the white-shirted girl's body. For a moment, he couldn't help but be stunned, forgetting the pain that was everywhere in his body. The sunlight sprinkled down, penetrating the white dress on the girl's body. The white dress was very light, and under such direct sunlight, it didn't provide much of a cover. The white dress was almost transparent under the sunlight, gently covering the youthful girl's body. Especially when looking from the back of the bed, the magnolia-like body could be seen even more clearly. In the clear light screen, the girl's soft curves were wrapped in a white tube top. Her waist and lower abdomen were glowing with white light. She was very beautiful. Su Lu looked at this scene in shock and subconsciously wanted to close his eyes. In the past, Uncle Feng Yu once told Su Lu that if he met a girl in his youth, and she was very beautiful, but he didn't want to peek at her body, and he didn't dare to fantasize about things related to lust in his mind, then it proved that he liked her, and it was a true kind of like. Su Li's youth had already ended, and he had entered his youth. However, in the long 20 years of his life, he only had this kind of feeling for two people. One was Zhang Xiaomeng, and the other was this purple-haired little girl in front of him. For him, Jian Shui'er was an unreachable dream. She was the object of his incomparable inferiority when he shouted loudly that he wanted to marry her. However, she was also the memory that accompanied him day and night. In Su Li's heart, Jian Shui'er was a composite of many emotions. At some point, he even thought very self-deprecatingly that he actually treated this idol of the Federation as his own little sister. This was because he had a very innate sense of intimacy with her, just like when he saw Xian Yi, therefore, he wanted to close his eyes. He always felt that peeking at that white dress was a kind of blasphemy to her. However, Su Lu had already seen those erotic scenes. At this moment, he couldn't treat her as a family member at all. He only knew that he saw a beauty that countless men of the Federation wanted to see but never got to see. At this moment, he, who was extremely weak, felt the most intense stimulation. It was even more lethal than all of the various, naked, and incomparably seductive women in that strange dark dream combined. The Federation idol, who was wearing a white dress and had a head of messy purple hair, squinted her eyes slightly under the sunlight in the ward. She enjoyed the sunlight that hit her in the face. Her sandalwood lips parted slightly, and she sighed in satisfaction, adding to her charming beauty. A light tearing sound rang out in the ward. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she tilted her head to look at her white dress. She said in distress, "Poor dress. It has accompanied me for 4 years. Why did it tear with a wave of my hand? Did I really gain weight?" Her eyebrows furrowed as she asked herself pitifully. "No, you've grown up." Su Lu stared at the youthful figure under the white dress. How could she have thought that the little lover of her dreams would actually say such a ridiculous thing? After he explained for her in his heart, he couldn't bear the mental stimulation and the physical torture anymore. His eyes turned black, his head tilted to the side, and he directly fainted. Jian Shui'er seemed to have noticed the slight movement on the bed. After a slight pause, she walked over to the bed. She stared blankly at the young man on the bed who was still in a coma. Looking at the young man's ordinary face, she naturally thought of the thrilling scene after the concert. She thought of how she and Sister Tong saved this guy from a pool of blood. Looking at the cold sweat on the young man's face, Jian Shui'er tilted her head, took out a towel from beside the pillow, and randomly wiped him. Then, she threw the towel aside and began to stare at Su Li's face in a daze. At this time, the door of the ward was pushed open. Jian Shui'er didn't need to turn around to know that the person who dared to break into the ward without her permission must be Sister Tong. A woman in her 30s walked into the ward. She looked at the scene next to the bed and frowned. Her eyes were full of disapproval. She looked at Jian Shui'er and said, "Miss, even if you want to avoid the reporters and prepare for the entrance exam in spring, I don't think you need to come to the hospital every day. What's more, in my opinion, you didn't spend your time studying." Jian Shui'er smiled and replied, "There shouldn't be a problem with my homework. The TV station's officers and reporters are equally annoying. After all the choices, it seems that this hospital is the most secretive." She turned her head and quietly looked at Su Li's face on the bed. She also felt a little strange in her heart. Why did she feel so familiar when she saw this person? Why did she always give her a quiet and intimate feeling when she was in a coma? It was as if she had seen him a long time ago. Jian Shui'er's eyes slid over Su Li's exposed arm and glanced at the metal bracelet. She didn't pay too much attention to it. Chapter 131. The middle-aged woman named Sister Tong wasn't Jian Shui'er's manager, because the entire Federation knew that Jian Shui'er didn't belong to any management company, and she didn't have any famous manager behind her. She only had a cooperative relationship with the TV station. Jian Shui'er had a studio that specifically served her, and Sister Tong wasn't within the scope of that studio. Her eyes swept past Jian Shui'er's body, and she frowned and said, "I remember that this dress was from 4 years ago. Miss, for your image, I think it's better to donate this dress to the refugees in Area S2. Jian Shui'er helplessly spread out her hands and said, "I broke it because I was too lazy, so I couldn't donate it even if I wanted to. I thought that since no one would disturb me in the hospital, I could read some books, relax, and wear clothes that I wouldn't normally wear." As she moved, her messy purple hair swayed back and forth, making her look very cute. This idol of the Federation was truly a peerless figure with all kinds of charm. There was one side on the stage, one side on the TV screen, and another side in private. However, no matter which side Jian Shui'er was on, she was always so charming. Seeing that Jian Shui'er was still sitting next to the bed, Sister Tong sighed helplessly. She stared at the unconscious young man behind her and said, "This person's identity has been found." Jian Shui'er was surprised. "We've already contacted the Tai family. Miss, at least you can rest assured that he wasn't involved in the assassination. But I'm very curious, why would the master of the 4th military region disguise himself, and suddenly appear next to the heir of the Tai family?" Sister Tong narrowed her eyes and stared at Su Lo on the bed. Her eyes were extremely vigilant, and that sharp cold light revealed her true identity as a soldier. A few days ago, in the underground parking lot, she had seen with her own eyes that the unconscious kid on the hospital bed had jumped into the darkness like a fearless wolf. That kind of ruthlessness, the strength and speed of that figure, as well as the skills that he had displayed at the end, all showed that this kid was an out-and-out killing machine. However, after this killing machine fell into a coma, other than the painful and twisted expression of a nightmare, there was only calmness, peace, and simplicity on its ordinary face. Sister Tong stared at Su Li's face. She couldn't imagine that such a terrifying method was hidden under such an ordinary and honest expression. This contrast even made her feel a little cold. Therefore, she didn't want Jian Shui to appear in this ward, and she didn't want her to be so close to that guy. On the first day of the 67th year of the constitutional era, Jian Shui completed her first concert in Linhai Prefecture. Although she was the dream lover of countless people in the Federation, the standard national idol, like every young girl, she would fall into a state of joy and excitement after achieving one of her dreams. Thus, she decided to do something very daring. Before the age of 14, she appeared on the screen of Channel 23 of the Federation, triggering a long and drawn-out lawsuit between the Children's Rights Protection Fund and the Federation. She received such a comment from the Chief Justice of the Federation. Jian Shui had been used to managing her own life since she was young. No one could stop any of her decisions, including elder sister Tong, who was nominally sent by the Children's Rights Protection Fund. Jian Shui wanted to walk around Linhai as an ordinary person, because she had never been to a university town with a long history. When she was in the special district of the capital, she often disguised herself and accompanied by elder sister Tong to chat with the elderly on the bus. She also pretended to be an ordinary female student on the subway. The staff in the studio had long been used to her whimsical ideas. Elder sister Tong, as usual, expressed strong opposition, but couldn't stop her. The assistant's luxury car, escorted by the police car specially sent by the Linhai Police Headquarters, roared away amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the people in the university town of Linhai. On the other hand, Jian Shui and Sister Tong were prepared to dress up and wait quietly and happily in a room. When they confirmed that the audience in the stadium had left, they went from the backstage to the VIP area. Along the empty area, they walked toward the underground parking lot where the vehicles had already been prepared. Along the way, they saw blood, corpses, and traces of battle. In the distance, they could faintly hear the sound of gunfire. They didn't dare to take the elevator, but the lights in the stairs were flashing. On the snow-white walls, blood stains were occasionally illuminated. The scene was extremely terrifying. Jian Shui didn't want to recall this part of the journey anymore. She had lived under the spotlight since she was a child. She was protected by the applause and cheers of the Federation citizens. When had she ever seen such a terrifying scene with her own eyes? However, because of the powerful family name she inherited, at least no one made her pale, trembling, squat in the corner of the building and really play the role of a pitiful girl. She bravely followed elder sister Tong and walked forward in the flickering stadium. At this time, elder sister Tong had already informed her subordinates to take out the guns hidden at their waists. However, this outstanding female soldier didn't immediately change their route and take the young miss to escape from the other exits of the stadium. This was because she keenly sensed that there seemed to be a team in front of them that was constantly clearing out the armed forces along the way, clearing the obstacles for them to move forward. What does the Tai family have to do with me? As for the 4th military region, I don't understand, Jian Shui smiled and said, but it's good to know who this person is. I have already notified the Tai family. I believe that they will send someone to pick him up soon. Elder sister Tong looked at the unconscious Su Lu and smiled. She thought that Miss still didn't want to hear anything related to the old man. The second type of connection has been established. The information node has been recaptured. Establishing the observation system and reserving the data transmission channel. Reporting. 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 Group of 5. The central computer of the Bureau of Proclamation in the outskirts of the capital city recorded these words in its program. Out of the expectations of all the staff, that so-called error in the cloud computing domain was successfully fixed in just one day. What was strange was that even the Federal Central Computer in the depths of the Bureau of Proclamation was suspicious of this program setting, because the Group of 5 had been dead for tens of thousands of years. The level of the mechanical life signs had caused a gap to appear in the light of the first charter. And the chip on the back of Su Li's neck was in this gap. Lying unconscious in the hospital bed, he didn't know that he had just inexplicably passed the most dangerous juncture of his life. He was still dreaming about mechas and idols. Chapter 132. My name is Su Lo. His voice was a little hoarse. He didn't know if it was because he hadn't rehydrated for a few days, or because he had injured his vocal cords during the fight in the parking lot, or because he felt nervous from the bottom of his bones when he saw the Federation idol in front of him. Jian Shuai's unkempt purple hair had already been combed very neatly and was casually tied into a braid. However, because her hair was too short, the braid appeared very short and bounced behind her head. It was very cute and appeared much more youthful than her previous appearance. My name is Jian Shuai, she said to the young man on the bed with a smile. Su Lo couldn't help but laugh out loud. He felt that this answer was very clever. Life was full of imagination, but who would have thought that Jian Shuai would personally introduce herself as Jian Shuai? Among the tens of billions of citizens of the Federation, the number of people who didn't recognize Jian Shuai's cute face was definitely much less than the number of people who didn't recognize President Sig. His laughter stopped abruptly because it affected the injuries all over his body. Su Lo felt pain. So it was Jian Shuai's turn to laugh embarrassedly because she knew very well why this guy named Su Lo was laughing. And indeed, she hadn't introduced herself in a long time, except for when she was a guest presenter at the Nebula Awards. But for some reason, after hearing the other person's self-introduction, she subconsciously responded. After the laughter, there was silence. When Su Lo woke up, Sister Tong just happened to leave the ward to make an important call. So the first person he saw was this little girl with purple hair again. This time, he was very sure that this wasn't a dream, but that she really appeared in front of him. He became very nervous, and somewhat confused. He listened to the other person describe what happened after he fainted. Enterprise, forward. Hearing the words that came out of Jian Shuai's mouth, Su Lo thought of something else. The lips of the Federation idol in the TV series said that classic line, and they were talking about something related to him. In the slightly awkward atmosphere, Jian Shuai smiled and looked at the young man who had just woken up with interest. Until just now, she didn't know the other party's name and background because other than the government, even the 1st Military Region's General Hospital didn't have the authority to scan any citizen's file. If it was just to avoid the reporters, other than this hospital that was filled with the smell of medicine, Jian Shuai actually had many other places to go. However, she would take the time to come to the hospital these few days. She thought that the other party had fallen into a dangerous situation of life and death in order to protect her. And for some reason, when she was with this young man, her mood would become much calmer. The unconscious young man seemed to have a soothing effect. For the next few days, Jian Shuai would fall asleep under the sun. Occasionally, she would quietly look at his ordinary face. Because she was sure that he would not wake up, the more she looked at him, the more familiar he seemed. However, now that the other party had woken up, Jian Shuai naturally wouldn't stare at his face anymore. But under that cute smiling face, she couldn't help but recall that day in the dark underground parking lot, that determined and brave figure, and the thrilling battle that followed. During the battle, Su Li's toughness and swiftness left a deep impression on Jian Shuai. Although she had met many strong people in the military, she had always hated those people. But for some reason, she didn't hate Su Li's aura. Su Lo was a person who didn't like to talk much. Unless it was necessary, he would rather choose to be silent. He would learn in silence, practice in silence, and fight in silence. Only in front of the people closest to him would he speak more. For example, in front of the uncle, Zhang Xiaoming, Shi Qinghai, Tai Ziyuan, and Li Wei. Especially in front of his idol, who had only appeared in his dreams, he didn't know what to say. The two young men and women, who had always been very distant from each other, sat next to each other in this awkward silence. At this moment, the countless kilometers between the Eastwood District's mining pit and the Capitol Ring disappeared. Even the distance that required 4 minutes and 12 seconds to transmit a message disappeared. In the end, it was Su Lu who broke the silence. He looked at Jian Shuai's beautiful face and said with a hoarse voice, "Thank you for saving my life. If there's anything you need from me in the future, please don't hesitate to ask." This sentence sounded a little awkward. It sounded too much like the Jianghu tone in the movies. But Su Lu said it from the bottom of his heart. Everyone was used to adding more beauty to their idols, not to mention that Jian Shuai had really saved his life. He said it with utmost sincerity and seriousness. Jian Shuai could also hear the sincerity in his words. After being stunned for a moment, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. She looked beautiful because she always felt that it was him who had saved her. Su Lu didn't notice this, but he thought about how he had been unconscious for so long. The few people in Linhai who cared about him must have been worried sick. A hint of anxiety appeared between his brows. Jian Shuai could tell what he was thinking. She smiled and said, "Do you want to inform your friends?" "Don't worry, we've already informed the Tai family." Su Lu smiled embarrassedly. His body still couldn't move. Only his smile was as sincere as it had been for the past 20 years. "I want to give a call to another friend." "Girlfriend?" Jian Shuai asked curiously. "X." Su Lu replied with some difficulty. "I'm trying to get rid of the word X." Su Lu held a phone that wasn't small or delicate. Instead, it had a metallic feel to it. He didn't know that this was the Federation's newest generation of touchscreen phones. He only remembered from the slight warmth between his thumb and forefinger that Jian Shuai had personally opened the phone and handed it to him. There was still the lingering warmth of Jian Shuai's fingers on the metal surface. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately scolded himself in his heart. When it came to relationships, he was a very honest guy. At least he believed that he had a girlfriend. And most importantly, although he had dared to loudly proclaim that he wanted to marry Jian Shuai under the green tree in the outskirts of Hishi, that was because he believed that Jian Shuai would never appear in his life. Once she did appear, how could he have the slightest bit of wild ambition? Zhang Xiaoming's surprised voice came through the phone, followed by the sound of suppressed sobs. At this moment, there was no one else in Su Li's heart, not even Jian Shuai. There was only the woman waiting for his news in Linhai. Yes, she was originally his woman, and she was a silly woman who liked him. Then, a complicated emotion appeared in his eyes, because he thought of something. After calling Zhang Xiaoming, he immediately called Mr. Shi. As Su Lu dialed the number that he had memorized in his heart, he was slightly perplexed. It turned out that in this world, he only had a few people close to him. If he really died, wouldn't there be too few people crying at the cemetery? Or could it be that no one would prepare a funeral for him? This was a very bad feeling. When Shi Qinghai's call went through, but no one picked up, Su Lu felt even more uneasy. He knew his rogue official friend very well. He had been missing for a few days, so he should have been waiting for his call. The door of the ward opened, and Sister Tong walked in. She looked at Su Lu, who was lying on the bed with his eyes open, in surprise. "The doctor has already come. He said that his injuries are too serious. He needs to talk less and not move," Jian Shuai answered for Su Lu with a smile. Sister Tong looked at her and said, "The Tai family is here. Miss, do you want to meet them?" "No, thanks." Jian Shuai stood up and bowed slightly to Su Lu, who was lying on the sickbed, saying, "Goodbye." Su Lu was worried about Shi Qinghai, so he subconsciously nodded. He didn't notice Jian Shuai's departure at all. Not long after, the door of the ward was pushed open, and a large group of doctors in white coats rushed in. In the middle of them was a person who looked like an official. The official walked to the bedside and bowed deeply to the surprised Su Lu. He bowed more than 90 degrees and said solemnly, "The young master will arrive tomorrow." There was a big time difference between the state where the General Hospital of the 1st Military Region was located and Linhai State. While there was a show of a big family's Thanksgiving night in the ward, the streets of Linhai State had just woken up. People coming and going from various companies and government agencies were suddenly walking while eating breakfast. Shi Qinghai stood on the side of the street, lazily leaning against a phone booth, eating bread and lettuce. The red ketchup was like blood that was about to solidify, flowing out from the corners of his thin lips. He looked at the phone that kept ringing, and didn't want to answer it. When the persistent ringing stopped for a long time, he put the phone back into his coat pocket and continued to walk in the direction of Shuanghui Street. The number displayed on the phone was very strange. Although the number was arranged beautifully, like a piece of music, Shi Qinghai didn't have the habit of answering strange calls. Especially at this tense moment, any unnecessary contact might put him in an irreversible situation. In the early hours of the morning, the Federation's Investigation Bureau withdrew a certain investigation notice from its subordinate departments. Shi Qinghai inquired about it through his internal connections, and confirmed that Su Lu had been found by the Tai family, and his life was not in danger. He was no longer worried about Su Lu, but began to worry about himself and his teacher, who had been a spy in the Federation government for decades. In the last few days, Shi Qinghai had always felt that there was an invisible net around him, which was covering him from a very high altitude, and could fall down and trap him at any time. After careful observation, he confirmed that there were at least a few groups of targets monitoring him. Thinking about the secret phone call from his teacher that day, he knew that things were not good. The early hours of the morning were the easiest time for intelligence agents to relax. As an excellent intelligence agent, Shi Qinghai took the opportunity to get rid of the surveillance of his colleagues, and took the risk to go to Shuanghui Street. Linhai's HTD bureau was on Shuanghui Street. Shi Qinghai walked through the side alley next to the HTD bureau building, like a white-collar worker who suddenly went to work. Then he looked up in shock, and found that something heavy was falling from a high altitude. With a loud muffled sound, a car next to him was smashed flat. The person who fell from the top of the car was already dead. His white hair showed that he was not young, and the blood that kept dripping down was like diluted ketchup, which looked extremely disgusting. Shi Qinghai looked at that place in a daze, his eyes slightly squinted. The bread in his hand was already crushed, and the ketchup inside flowed out. Second, it means that the Federation's intelligence department is determined to make sure that there are no more spies in the country. Third, it is naturally recalling a good movie. Last time, when I wrote about Meeting on the Rooftop, the leader said that some readers missed this scene very much. Chapter 133. 15 minutes ago, in the director's office of Lin Hai's HTD bureau. The gray-haired director ended his recording and began to destroy the data in his computer. After a phone call last night, all the uneasiness he had for the past few days became reality. The director left his home, which had been closely monitored by the Federation's agents. As usual, he arrived at his office half an hour early and began to do what he was doing. His expression was very calm, and the wrinkles on his face were as meticulous as the striped tie on his neck. Since many years ago, when he became a member of the anti-government army, he knew that his life would end in this way. Whether it was as a psychology professor in the 1st Military Academy, or later when he was transferred to the Federation's department, he had always been mentally prepared for this. The director didn't know why he was being watched by the Federation's Investigation Bureau. The operation against him must be very confidential, because Shi Qinghai was in the 4th section, but no abnormalities were found. It seemed that Shi Qinghai was also in the surveillance area. After destroying all the call records in his computer, the director opened the safe, bent down with difficulty, and took out a stack of papers from the compartment. These papers recorded some codes and code names, which were the foundation of the entire network he was in charge of. In the current era of technology, anything recorded in a smart tool could at least be partially repaired afterwards. The anti-government army spy network had always been very cautious in using this most primitive method of recording. After stuffing the papers into the shredder and putting the shredded papers in a wastebasket, the director walked into the attached bathroom of his office. After covering the smoke temperature sensor with a wet towel, he lit a lighter and began to burn the codes that were related to the lives of many people. After flushing the ashes into the water, the director let out a long sigh of relief. He secretly felt lucky that the Federation's Investigation Bureau officers had left him some time to deal with the aftermath, probably because they wanted to get more information. Walking back to his office, the director's thick fingers subconsciously played with the lighter, which was a 50th birthday gift from Shi Qinghai. He took a deep breath and took out his phone to look at the time. He confirmed that there were still a few minutes before his appointment with Shi Qinghai. That kid shouldn't have entered the cafe yet. Only then did he feel relieved. His clumsy fingers pressed a button on his phone. After encrypting a prepared recording, he uploaded it to a temporary file storage on the internet. The bureau chief turned around and quickly locked the thick office door. Then, he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and carefully observed the gradually increasing number of pedestrians on Shuanghui Street and the quiet side alley under the window. She didn't know what he saw, but he calmly swallowed a pill, took out a pistol from the drawer, and pulled the trigger. After a few crisp sounds, a few small round holes appeared on the sturdy windproof French window, but the arrangement was somewhat inappropriate. The bureau chief shrugged. When he was training in the mountains, he always thought that marksmanship was not the most important thing. Now, it seemed that he was wrong. Panting, he lifted the heavy swivel chair and smashed it against the floor-to-ceiling glass. The swivel chair bounced back, but the glass window cracked to his delight. At this moment, there was the sound of someone pounding on the door. The bureau chief held the phone in his hand again. Looking at the glass window full of spiderweb-like cracks, he slammed his head into it. The door was forcibly smashed open by the agents. At the same time, the bureau chief's fat body broke through the glass and began to fall to the ground. The wind whistled. The bureau chief in the air saw his subordinates eating breakfast downstairs and couldn't help but laugh. Then, he died at the intersection of Shuanghui Street and the side alley. There were screams and screams. In the early morning, no matter who saw such a tragedy, seeing the deformed body and the spurting blood, they would be too disgusted and scared to say anything. Shi Qinghai tightly held the sandwich bread in his hand and walked into the crowd unobtrusively. He stared at the bureau chief's white hair, and his face quickly turned pale. His face was not much different from the people around him. On the ground not far from the car, there was a smashed mobile phone, which was difficult to put together in a short time. Snow white, blood red. Shi Qinghai's eyes widened, as if he couldn't stand the contrast of bright colors, and blinked. The snow in Linhai had stopped today, but people were still used to wearing windbreakers with snow caps. He was no exception. He was like a pedestrian occupied by fear and disgust. He lifted the snow cap to cover his face and walked quickly, but not too quickly, through the main entrance of the HTD Bureau building, and walked into the distance. Shortly after he left, 7 or 8 agents from the Capital Federation Bureau of Investigation rushed out of the building, rushed to the car, and began to anxiously call for something through the communication device. This is a pre-recorded recording. If you can hear this recording, it means that you haven't been exposed, or you haven't been caught by the government. All of my communication devices have been monitored, so I can only use this last method to talk to you. I once contacted Deputy Minister Yang Jingsong of the Ministry of National Defense. I wanted to use our old friendship to try to get some information from him. But not long ago, he died, and I seem to have been exposed. My contact with Deputy Minister Yang has always been within the scope of contact between a dean and a professor. He was also a top anti-Green Dragon Mountain soldier. So I don't understand why his death would expose me. Yang Jingsung's death should be related to the Linhai Gymnasium incident. If someone wants to connect that incident to the organization, then the contact between Yang Jingsong and me is the best way. You are the person who has the closest contact with me, and you know Su Lo, so you should be part of this plan. I can confirm that there is a traitor in the upper management of the organization. From now on, you can't trust anyone except him. If you are exposed, you can try to find someone in Harbor City. That person's address is on the side of a quiet street in Linhai, under a cold birch tree, there was a small phone booth covered in thin snow. In the phone booth, Shi Qinghai carefully listened to the last words the director left for him. He fell into silence, and his eyes became wet. He walked out of the phone booth, raised the cold sandwich bread in his hand, and took a bite. The sweet and sour ketchup made his stomach twitch, and he almost vomited. He threw the bread into the trash and waved his hand to call for a taxi. Dozens of minutes later, the taxi passed by the Linhai field office building. Shi Qinghai looked through the glass at the strange silence on the floor where the 4 departments were located, and his beautiful peach blossom eyes gradually narrowed. He smiled at the driver in the lower row and said, "Brother, how much would it cost to rent a car to go to Shangye?" A line of cars stopped on the tarmac of the Linhai airport. Tai Ziyuan, wearing a brown windbreaker, walked out of a brand new black car without a logo. His face was as pale as usual. He stared at the document in his hand, and a trace of anger gradually appeared in his paleness. He hurriedly read the document in the car, but it successfully destroyed his calmness. Tai Ziyuan angrily threw the document into the snow, and said to Butler Jean, "What bullshit is this?" Yang Jingsong, the director of the HTD Bureau, and then Shi Qinghai. What are those useless people in the government trying to do? Are they trying to tell me that the soldiers who did the assassination got the information from Shi Qinghai? Butler Jean quickly followed his footsteps and whispered beside him, "The evidence is conclusive." The Federation Investigation Bureau found records of frequent calls between Deputy Director Yang and the director of the HTD Bureau. Although it didn't involve the stadium incident, who knows if they have any other methods of communication. Tai Ziyuan suddenly stopped in his tracks, looked at Butler Jean and said, "You believe this so-called evidence?" Butler Jean was silent for a moment, and then shook his head. "Deputy Director Yang, the director, Shi Qinghai, Su Lo. It does point to a certain possibility, but the problem is that this evidence chain is too weak. Not only is it weak, there's no evidence at all, so where did the chain come from?" A rare sneer appeared at the corner of Lai Ziyuan's lips. Some people are just trying every possible means to link this matter to the anti-government army. At least now we have evidence to prove that the director of the HTD Bureau, who used to be a professor at First People's Hospital, was Shi Qinghai's teacher when he was at First People's Hospital, and these 2 people are spies for the anti-government forces. We've known for a long time that Shi Qinghai is a member of the anti-government forces. Tai Ziyuan calmly looked at Butler Jean, and the government doesn't know. Since that's the case, the problem must lie with the director of the HTD Bureau. Some people know his identity, and he can link Yang Jingsong and those tough soldiers to Shi Qinghai, Su Lo, and me. I don't care if there's something wrong with the anti-government forces. Tai Ziyuan stared at Butler Jean and said, "I only know that some people are trying to take advantage of the fact that I almost died to stir up trouble. I won't allow anyone to break the agreement between Mr. Pabre and Green Dragon Mountain. Tai Yuan emphasized, I don't want those dogs of the investigation bureau to look at my friend Su Lo with suspicion. Shi Qinghai can't die, at least not now. Since the Federation has started to arrest him, think of a way to help him. There's very little we can do in this regard, Butler Jean insisted. And the Federation government is only responsible for providing a logical answer. As long as Madam can't question the reasonableness of this result, we can only accept it. The 12 special agents of the Special Task Force only found out about young Master's destination that day. Even if the spy among them was able to send out information, it's impossible for the soldiers to be prepared in the middle of the night. Butler Jean continued calmly, the internal investigation of the family has also been completed, and there are no suspicious points. From the looks of it, the only suspicious point is that Mr. Su Lo might have told his friends about his whereabouts. I'm very sorry, I didn't specifically instruct Mr. Su Lo on this matter beforehand, and made a mistake. Tai Yuan frowned slightly. After a long silence, he said, it can't be Shi Qinghai. No matter how much the anti-government forces want me dead, they wouldn't do it now. It's just like how I hope that they all disappear, but I wouldn't push the Federation to send troops to Green Dragon Mountain at this time either. Tai Yuan tightened the scarf around his neck in the wind and snow stirred up by the airflow of the plane. He walked up the gangway and stepped on the journey to visit Su Lo, and said his last words. Although Su Lo doesn't have many friends, Shi Qinghai isn't the only one. Chapter 134. The Black Tie family's private commercial jet left the runway in the wind and snow. It rose into the cloudy sky and soon disappeared into the horizon, heading towards the Federation's first military district general hospital in the southwest region of Jingzhou. The Tai family staff on the tarmac watched as the young master and his direct subordinates disappeared. Only then did they let out a sigh of relief. On the first day of the new year, the young master was assassinated. The tense atmosphere that had persisted since then finally became a little more relaxed as the jet left. Only then did a middle-aged female staff member dare to come forward. She bent down and picked up the documents that Tai Yuan had angrily thrown away. Tai Yuan had the right and reason to be angry, but these staff members couldn't let any of these internal documents leak out. In an empty ward, Su Lo, who had slept for too many days, was still weak, but he didn't feel sleepy at all. The TV in the room was on, and commercials were playing. He felt a little bored. Shi Qinghai hadn't been contacted yet, and Zhang Xiaomeng couldn't possibly come over. The Tai family members were all outside the ward at this time, so no one came to disturb his rest. He casually picked up a few pieces of paper from his waist and began to read them. Who knew that he couldn't move his eyes away after reading them? These were the things that Miss Jian Shuier had unintentionally left behind in the ward. Looking at the questions, it seemed like they were mock questions for the joint university entrance examination. Su Lo calculated her age in his mind. Jian Shuier should be 17 years old today, which was the time when the Federation's general education ended. But he had never thought that the national idol of the Federation would have to study hard like a normal person, and then participate in the joint university entrance examination. With Jian Shuiyer's current fame and wealth, it should be enough for her to live a happy and lazy life, right? Although Su Lo had never participated in the joint university entrance examination, he had prepared for a long time for the National Defense Officer examination. He could easily tell that this was a comprehensive examination paper. Su Lo had only read a lot of information about political and economic history in the library. He hadn't studied it systematically, so he didn't know whether the answers to the questions on the test paper were right or wrong. However, he was very good at mathematics and practical physics. Looking at the questions on paper B, he was surprised to find that Jian Shuiyer's answers were not wrong. More importantly, the problem-solving process and train of thought written beside the questions were so clear. When he flipped to the last page of the paper, Su Lo was stunned and scratched his head with his left hand. Only now did he know that Jian Shui'er was preparing to apply for the first military academy. Command faculty. However, there was a piece of paper under the test paper. The paper was a design diagram. The paper required the examinee to find a few mistakes in the design. The paper under the question was blank. Su Lo looked at this question. His professional habits kicked in again, and he began to seriously reconnect all sorts of virtual pipelines in his mind. Looks like you're in good spirits. Spacing out, Su Lo did not hear the heavy footsteps in the corridor earlier. Only when Tai Xuan pushed open the door and entered did he notice his arrival. Butler Jean took the coat Tai Xuan had taken off and bowed sincerely and gratefully towards Su Lo on the sickbed. Then, he retreated out of the room and closed the door, leaving the two young men who had just gone through thick and thin together. Only his left arm can still move, said Su Lo with a smile as he turned his head with some difficulty to glance at Tai Xuan. After being attacked by a military mecha, Su Lo had only survived. Moreover, seeing that the fellow he had saved was also unscathed, he felt a trace of relief. Tai Xuan looked calmly at Su Lo on the bed, his thoughts unreadable. After a while, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, saying thank you is indeed a very tacky thing to do, but this thank you still needs to be said. Thank you. Su Lo smiled, but did not say anything. But your luck is not bad, to actually be saved by Jian Shui'er in such a desperate situation. Tai Xuan smiled and said, since she's your idol, did you take the opportunity to ask for an autograph or something? Su Lo was taken aback, and then said regretfully, how could I forget about that? Tai Xuan had rushed directly from Linhai to Jingzhou Southwestern General Hospital without rest. The long flight had made his face increasingly pale. Under Su Li's persuasion, the two of them chatted for a while, and then Tai Xuan left the ward. The hospital had probably already arranged a room for him to rest in. The ward fell silent once more. Su Li stared silently at the ceiling, and could not help but laugh bitterly. He thought to himself, Tai Xuan's small frame looks even worse than my heavily injured self. Who in the world is visiting whom now? However, he also knew that with Tai Xuan's status, he had rushed here as soon as he found out about his whereabouts. Of course, it was not just to visit him, but more so because he wanted to express some kind of attitude. Although that kind of attitude was not explicitly stated, it was probably nothing more than the kind of gratitude shown in movies that one would definitely repay in the future. What made Su Li's feelings even more complicated was that from Tai Xuan's mouth, he roughly understood some of the truth behind the assassination at Linhai Gymnasium. Although Tai Xuan did not completely explain it, he also knew that this matter might have something to do with the federal military. The Tai family seemed to support Councillor Pabre. At this time, Su Lo had no idea that Councillor Pabre's trip to Green Dragon Mountain actually had a lot to do with him. All of the tremors originated from the Double Moon Festival Ball. The ward fell silent once more. Su Lo closed his eyes to rest for a while, but in the end, he could not fall asleep, so he turned up the volume of the television. At this time, the endless advertisements on the Federation News channel finally ended. The news anchor who had reported the good news to the citizens of the entire Federation on New Year's Eve once again appeared on the screen. The news anchor's expression was calm, and he spoke quickly. Today, Councillor Macklin made a statement after attending the completion ceremony of a certain large-scale radio astronomy center in Jingzhou. The image of the Jingzhou government office building appeared on the screen. In front of the building, an old man with white hair and plain clothes was saying something in front of the news station. Beside him was an official who looked to be about 40 years old. His eyebrows and eyes were deeply set, and he looked very charismatic. Su Lo looked at the screen and thought to himself, this old man is Councillor Macklin, who serves Xiaoming. For some reason, a sense of disgust welled up in his heart. Although he had always been emotionally inclined towards the anti-government forces in the 4 states and the mountains, and knew that Councillor Macklin had greatly promoted the reconciliation between the 2 sides in the Federation over the years by upholding the principle of non-violence. However, when he thought of Zhang Xiaoming, Su Li's brows furrowed. Through the introduction of the voiceover, Su Li knew that the middle-aged official beside Councillor Macklin was the governor of Jingzhou. For some reason, His Excellency the Governor actually issued this statement together with Councillor Macklin, and expressed his extremely clear support for him. Senator Macklin's statement vaguely pointed out that there was an undercurrent surging within the seemingly peaceful Federation. Some of the hawkish elements in the military were, or had already been, attempting to interfere with the peace process between the federal government and the 4 states surrounding the mountains. Councillor Macklin strongly condemned these actions and angrily said that Councillor Pobre had just reached a preliminary reconciliation agreement with the anti-government forces in Green Dragon Mountain. When the councillor was about to return to the capital special district, any despicable and dirty means could only be interpreted as a challenge to the collective will of all the peace-loving citizens of the Federation. Immediately after that, the governor of Jingzhou also made a speech. He strongly praised the conscience of Councillor Macklin and Councillor Pobre, and severely criticized the shameless actions of some people in the Federation government. Su Li didn't know who the governor of Jingzhou was. With the social class he had grown up in, the information he had come into contact with was not enough for him to determine what was wrong with the upper echelons of politics from just one piece of news. However, he still felt that something was amiss. He was not a stupid person. In fact, he could even be said to be a very smart person. His eyebrows gradually furrowed as he thought of the assassination attempt in the gymnasium. He probably couldn't get any more information from Tai Ziyuan. Su Li was silent for a moment. He took out the phone that the Tai family staff had prepared for him from beside his pillow and dialed Shi Qinghai's number. However, this time, not only did no one pick up, he even heard the sound of the phone being turned off. Su Li's heart began to feel uneasy. He felt that something was happening, and it was something bad. He didn't understand why a small fry like himself would be involved in these things. He only hoped that it didn't have anything to do with the fake chip behind his neck. A burst of pain pulled him back from his thoughts. He furrowed his eyebrows and didn't make a sound. Although the bones in his right thigh were completely shattered and there were several gunshot wounds on his body, which were not something an ordinary person could endure, he wasn't an ordinary person. He wasn't an ordinary person, and he didn't have the intention to torture himself. Using the finger of his left hand to gently push the switch of the electronic anesthesia pump, Su Li calmly lay on the bed, waiting for sleep to come. While waiting, he subconsciously picked up the last piece of paper on Jian Shueier's test paper again. He wanted to use the solution to that difficult problem to distract himself and help him fall asleep. The effects of the drug slowly appeared. Su Li felt that his eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. The drawing on the paper in front of him was also getting more and more blurry. One drawing became 2, sometimes overlapping, sometimes separating, and sometimes floating around. But why did the drawing in front of him and the drawing on the paper look so different? A trace of doubt flashed through Su Li's heart. The one closer to him, it seemed that some parts of it had already been changed. Yes, this change was very reasonable. This change was very unreasonable. There was no reason for this crystal tube to be placed on this circuit at all. Chapter 135. The effect of the drug gradually faded away. Su Li finally no longer felt drowsy and drowsy. He stared at the white paper with an extremely cautious and nervous expression on his face. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he could clearly feel the sharp pain coming from his thigh, but he still couldn't get rid of the phantom in front of him, the structure diagram that was so close that it occupied about 1/5 of his field of vision. The lines on the diagram were very clear, and it didn't seem like a supernatural phenomenon that appeared in the air. What was even stranger was that after looking at it for a long time, Sulu had already confirmed that some of the designs on the structure diagram could help him solve the question left by Jian Shuier. Although Sulu had some reference materials or books, he believed that he could find the mistakes in the structure diagram in the original question within 10 minutes, and increase the power output to the level required by the question. But it was definitely not as direct, as simple, as incredible as this. Where did this structure diagram come from? Why did it appear in front of him? If it were an ordinary person, perhaps they would have already gone crazy, but Su Li's nerves were indeed much thicker than the average person's. In that strange dark dream that he had already forgotten, he didn't go crazy, so naturally, he wouldn't go crazy now. He quietly, stubbornly stared at the diagram in front of him. After a long time, he stretched out his hand and waved it in front of his eyes. His palm moved closer to his eyes, until it was about to touch his eyelashes, but the diagram still didn't move, and it didn't disappear. Through this action, he finally confirmed one thing: this strange power structure diagram didn't appear in the light beam combination in the air, but appeared in his eyes. A blueprint had actually appeared in his eyes. No matter how strong Su Li's nerves were, at this time, he couldn't help but feel a buzzing sound in his head, and he was a little dazed. Was this an illusion or something else? Could it be that when he was in a coma, the hospital discovered the strange secret in his body, so they used him as a human guinea pig and put a miniature light screen on his retina? All kinds of strange thoughts flooded Su Li's mind, because he was facing the strangest fact at this time. He had already lost a lot of blood, and now his face was even paler. Lying on the hospital bed, he was silent for a long time. Then, he threw down the test paper in his hand and began to blink, close, and rub his eyes. He wanted to blow away the blueprint in his eyes, turn it off, and rub it off. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he finally gave up on this attempt. He dejectedly tilted his head and stopped thinking about this problem. It wasn't that he didn't want to think about it, but that he didn't dare to think about it. Any normal person would feel at a loss when they found something that shouldn't be in their eyes. Although Su Li's body had a very strange power, it was still something that he could vaguely grasp. Unlike now, he was really worried that he might have become some kind of robot monster. Strangely enough, he didn't know if it was because he didn't want to think about the blueprint anymore, or because he had closed his eyes for too long, but the blueprint that had always appeared in his eyes, even when he closed his eyes in the dark, actually disappeared. Su Lu was shocked again. This time, he didn't dare to open his eyes. He just tried to calm his breathing and carefully waited. After a while, he confirmed that the blueprint in front of him had really disappeared. He let out a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, but he still couldn't understand what had just happened. Su Li's complexion was slightly better. He silently lay on the hospital bed and looked at the snow-white ceiling. He didn't know what to think in his heart. The news on the TV was still broadcasting, but his heart was already in a mess. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he sorted out his thoughts and confirmed the condition of his body. He clenched his teeth and narrowed his eyes. Like a brave and determined soldier, he picked up the test paper again. The blueprint in the question appeared in front of his eyes again. Sulu didn't want to give up until he figured out whether it was an illusion or something else. He had always been the kind of guy that once he was interested in something, he would study it to the end. However, for many years in the past, he had been studying machines, but now he was studying his own eyes. There was a room not far from his ward. Tai Zhuan, who was supposed to be resting, was now quietly watching the TV screen. He didn't expect that he would have to find out such important information through the news. His eyebrows gradually furrowed. Great reconciliation. A hint of mockery appeared at the corner of his lips. Jingzhou was the largest state in Region S1. Especially the state capital, port city, was the undisputed largest city in the Federation for countless years. Jingzhou was the most economically developed region in the Federation. Since Region S1 was directly under the jurisdiction of the Federation government, there was no position for the chief executive of the administrative region. Therefore, the governor of Jingzhou, who had countless economic resources in his hands, had secretly become the highest-ranking chief executive of Region S1. According to historical convention, the position of the governor of Jingzhou in the Federation was only half a level lower than that of the chief executive of the various major galaxies. Of course, this was under the premise that the big shots in the capital special district were not taken into account. What made Tai Ziyuan even more alarmed was that he knew very well that Governor Ross's partners were the families of the 7 big families. Why would such a person suddenly stand on the stage and echo Macklin's words? What exactly did this governor, or rather, the families behind him, want to do? He's taking advantage of the situation. Butler Jean, who had been standing beside him all this time, sighed slightly worriedly. It seems that Governor Ross is determined to participate in the presidential election at the end of the year. There's only 1 year's time. Can he make it in time? Tai Ziyuan immediately understood the truth of the matter and said with a frown. Now, the entire Federation is jumping for joy because of the New Year's gift that Senator Pobre brought back. If the election were to be held now, Senator Pobre would be directly elected, Butler Jean said softly. The original few presidential candidates, because they have been unable to change their tough policies towards the 4 states surrounding the mountain region, have basically lost before the battle in the current public opinion environment. Under such circumstances, they can only invite someone who is clean, who has never expressed any opinion on this matter, and who has a certain level of experience and fame. Butler Jean continued, the governor of Jingzhou, Ross, is without a doubt the best candidate. This governor has always been very cautious and has never expressed any extreme opinions. Now it seems that he has been very interested in the position of president for a long time. The key is still Macklin. Tai Ziyuan quietly looked at the white-haired old man on the holographic screen and said softly, if the other party really takes a risky step and makes Macklin a candidate for vice president after Ross announces his candidacy, Macklin was just elected as a member of the Federation last year. After all, he's from the 4 states surrounding the mountain region, and now he's sitting on the anti-government military committee. Those families can't be so bold, right? Boldness is all forced out of you. Tai Ziyuan lowered his head and said somewhat tiredly, we've successfully created a political environment of great reconciliation with that guy from Green Dragon Mountain. In this presidential election, whoever wants to participate will have to work hard in this environment. The only one who can make a fuss about reconciliation with Senator Pobre is Macklin. If Macklin's story is publicized by those people, it'll be another legend. Tai Ziyuan's lips curved slightly and said mockingly, an anti-government old man has become the vice president of the Federation. What other situation could better reflect the great reconciliation of the Federation than this arrangement? At this moment, the sound of footsteps faintly came from outside the well-soundproofed door. Tai Ziyuan's train of thought was interrupted, and he frowned slightly. After Butler Jean pushed open the door and took a look, he turned around and said softly, I think there's something wrong with Su Li's side. Tai Ziyuan was slightly stunned. When he first came to the hospital, the director assured him that Su Li was fine. He was just severely injured and needed a lot of time to recover. How could there be another problem after just a few hours? He felt slightly nervous. He put on a set of pajamas and walked towards Su Li's room. At this moment, several specialists from the general hospital had already arrived in Su Li's room, and all kinds of equipment had been moved over. This patient was first sent here by Jian Shuai herself, and then a young influential person came to visit. Although no one in the 1st Military Region General Hospital knew about Jian Shuai's background and Tai Ziyuan's true identity, except for the director himself, all the medical staff on the entire floor became nervous when the bell rang in Su Li's room. Apart from the lines, do you see anything else? A specialist's warm voice came from the room. No. Su Li's slightly tired and frustrated voice answered him. When Su Li stared at the question again, the strange structure diagram appeared in front of him again. The second appearance convinced him that this was not an illusion, but something that had really happened. Thus, he pressed the emergency bell. Although he knew that there were some secrets in his body that could not be exposed to the public, he was still willing to trust the doctor when faced with such a strange situation. However, he was very careful not to say that what he saw was a structure diagram. Instead, he said that it was a series of very regular and very complicated lines. How many times has this phenomenon appeared? Twice. A specialist walked out of the room and saw Tai Xuan in his pajamas. Before the specialist could ask, he said, according to the preliminary analysis, it should be a hallucination. Is it serious? Tai Xuan said worriedly. If Su Lo left behind some lifelong sequelae in order to save him, he would feel very uncomfortable. It shouldn't be serious. About 12% of patients will have this kind of symptoms after a long period of coma. The next morning, the data from the examination of various instruments was gathered into the final diagnosis. A specialist walked out of the room with a serious expression and said to the pale Su Lu, "Young man, are you mentally prepared?" Su Lu did not look at the question again that night. He forced himself to sleep under the influence of the anesthetic pump. Until now, he looked at the doctor with a forced smile and said, "Please go ahead. There are many reasons for the formation of a hallucination, but after you fell asleep yesterday, we conducted a medical observation and found that there is an abnormal discharge phenomenon in a certain area of your brain. Now it seems that it is this discharge phenomenon that caused the hallucination."